Hello. Happy Sunday. Happy Mother's Day. It ain't no lazy Sunday, I'll tell you that. This one's dedicated to Mom. We're gonna do it for you, Mom. We're gonna finish this game. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? LSG, you're looking good. Your game's looking good. The state of your game is making me realize, how much we overscoped, but it's all right. Sapphire, how's it coming along? I have the same question for you. How's it going, Sapphire? How are you doing? Oh, seems like you're about to tell me. Well, welcome to Digital Iliad. We're participating in Solo Dev Jam number 11. There is 1 day, 20 hours, and 26 seconds left to go. Sapphire, you're not going to be staying long today. You think you pretty much have what you're going to have mechanic-wise in your entry? Not everything you wanted, something at least. You got to make a bunch of different rooms, make the itch page. Might be able to do some of it tomorrow. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you're on polishing quality of life. We are nowhere close to that. I do have a to-do list that I made. A conversation here. I'm being distracted so deeply. How do I do this? I cannot right now. Z. Snooze. For 24 hours. Give me 24 hours, Chief, and I'll solve the case. Oh no, the joined count is dipped below 1100. RIP. People are leaving. That's fine. Got 28 entries already. Looking good. I think that number is going to skyrocket to probably like a few hundred. 200-300, couple hundred, few hundred, something like that. I bet that's what we have. Hey, Jacob, how's it going? It's going okay. I've got, I think, so here's the status. The status is suboptimal, but I made a to-do list during breakfast, and it looks manageable. The goal, again, as usual, is to have the game mechanically done and, like, up by the end of the stream. So hopefully some people can help me test it overnight. A bit. You're going to submit tonight. Here's the fun thing. LSG, you can submit and then keep working on it. Bomb that implodes. Hello. How's it going? Happy Sunday. Oh, no. I shouldn't have told you that. So this looks very similar, but that's because I've been just trying to get the mechanics of moving the pallets around and combining them and stuff. That all works. Bug-free, thank the Lord. I've been trying to work on a shop menu thing. We're not going to have this. The cash on hand thing is neat because that's being calculated by counting how much money there is in the warehouse. I don't think I'm going to have free floating text anywhere. I think I'm going to put everything in a UI element. So I'll probably move that down, put it all under a panel. And do like one menu. Oh my God. Windows is like, let's finish setting up your device. Not right now, Windows. Windows just like starts applying updates while I'm working on my jam. Looking cool. It doesn't look cool, but that's okay. I appreciate we're going to do a whole lighting pass. Okay. I started working on the shop last night and then realized I shouldn't. But we can move pallets around. You can't move them onto unlike goods. So moving these is really easy. You can combine them. you can transfer. So it might look like I'm swapping, but what I'm actually doing is transferring. So if I take this large pile and throw it into this medium pile, the medium pile becomes a large pile, and the large pile becomes a medium pile. So the combinatorics of it is all working great. I wonder what happens if I put a large on a small. They swap. Great. Love it. This is all looking good. This part's fine. We're done with this. This was stupidly hard to do all of this. I don't know why. But now we know what's in the warehouse. We know how much of it is in the warehouse. So we can do things like if you buy more stuff, it'll try to fill the existing pallets and then add new pallets. And if you try to buy something, it'll be like, how much can you afford? How much can you fit? All that stuff. The combining is very satisfying. It is very satisfying. I'm hoping that just organizing your warehouse will be a good chunk of fun. I'm hoping people enjoy that. So here's should I write my to-do list here and not on my phone? I probably should. I started a little early. I started before noon, so let's spend some time on the to-do list. I've made some decisions. 24-hour to-dos. Last 24-hour to-dos. So you might be looking at... To-dos is going to be added to my dictionary. You might be like, oh my god, there's only 24 hours left. If you think about it, in terms of man hours, I'm only at the halfway point. Because I will be awake for the next 24 hours. Def better looking and more satisfying than what you've got currently. I went way overboard in terms of complexity with this. I misjudged the essential complexity of doing this game, which is typical Dave. Makes you want to build a management game. You have 24 hours. Just knock up another entry. Easy. You have an old prototype of a mining smelting game that was coming along pretty well. Yeah, nice. How are you doing, Jacob? I don't know if you said. You did not. Hoping you're doing well. All right. So we're going to make a to-do list. So for the area of like buying and selling commodities, buy, sell commodities. I don't remember if I have to do it like this. Yeah, okay. Buy, sell commodities. So we want a shop interface for buying and selling things. Trading. We need a slider for trading quantity. Changing the wording of this from my list here a little bit. Button, what we would want is a quick buy, sell button, shop button. Hopefully most of what we have left to do is UI, which while I hate, it's not hard. You're doing okay. You think you also overscoped, but it looks cool. That's all you need. Sapphire, the idea of your game is you're stuck in an ever-changing dungeon. Every time you go through a door, you get taken to a random room. And the way out is through a special door that you have to find. You have to pay to get through every door, though, and the final door is extra expensive. You get different currency through the different rooms. Okay, okay. I think of a little bit like Blueprints, which has, like... It has a cost of moving through rooms, right? It's not exactly what you're describing, but it's kind of what I think of. Oh, Arneo is on it. Yeah, it does. It does sound kind of like blueprints, huh? Max is... Max... track. Max. You can... Max... amount. Well, track the maximum you can buy or sell. So we want to know, if you try to buy something, we want to know how much you can buy. Either in terms of, this is the amount of space you have. Randomize prices each week. You need to do that. We need a display that shows price changes. Oh, I have more space than here than I anticipated. So I want a little part of the UI that can show you whether the price went up or down. I don't think I want to tell you what the absolute price of everything is, although I might hint at it by just having all the prices be unmodified on the first week. So the first time you play, or the first turn, you just see the raw prices for everything, and then the prices start to fluctuate. I don't really want to force people to make a list, but I do want them to have like a intuitive understanding of it. You think all you have to do now is actually make all the rooms, make them look good and decorated? You have none right now? Okay. Okay, so mechanically, you're just at the level design phase. That's cool. Yeah, I'm at the part where I'm going to be doing all of like the beautification. I'll do the lighting pass. I'll do props for the other quarters of the warehouse. You think and hope you're just at the level design phase? I believe you. I believe you. We want some commodities. We want commodities that expire. Commodities that expire monthly. And then what we want... I realized from a quality standpoint... Oh, I could have done this without the bullet. Huh. Could I have? No. Why did it make it look like I could? You don't think you'll work today, Arneo? You'll try LSG's game. Make 2 more jam hype memes. I appreciate the jam hype memes. I deeply appreciate those. All right, my phone turns its display off every like 15 seconds or something. Stupid, like 30 seconds. Gotta finish writing this to-do list. Expiring commodities. Commodities auto sell. We want to make the commodities auto sell each month. Because it's not fair. It's fair, but it's like you're just kind of stuck with them and you sell them at the end. Hey, Nanigans, how's it going? How goes the battle? It's okay. It's okay. I think I'm writing on my to-do list here. I already have it, but I'm transcribing it from my phone. And it looks doable. I'm at the halfway point in terms of man hours. So I have 24 man hours left. I've spent 24 man hours already. Oh, snap. Sapphire Starship gifted a 1-month tier 1 sub to Arneo. That's so sweet. Thank you. Thank you, Sapphire. Appreciate you. Thank you for looking out. Hey, Nix, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, hopefully y'all can help me play test a little bit after the stream, because I'll probably put the build up at the end of the stream with like a password or something. Do I even care? Should I even put a password up? I don't know. I might just make it private so like you can't see it for browse or something. I'll have to see. Okay, so that's buying and selling commodities. 8 things. That seems doable. I'm probably forgetting something. Well, there's also managing the warehouse. This needs a header. Wait, why does it do... What the heck? Okay. Oh, did I leave a space or something? Is that what I did? My markdown foo is not strong. All right, managing the warehouse. Ending the week by clicking the door. Oh, thank you for autofilling the checklist now that I've correctly formed this thing. Showing your cash, rent, etc. in the shop. That's maybe technically a buy-sell commodities thing, but maybe not. Rent more of the warehouse. Rent more quarters of the warehouse. You're gonna head out? All right, Sapphire. Good luck. You've been so worried about 3D. You've been doing web builds constantly. Yeah, Godot is fine with 3D web for some reason. I'd never have a problem with that part. Except the one time I made the game in Forward Plus and then tried to downscale it and wasn't able to do it. Not downscale, but go back and the lighting was just forever broken. And I had too many files. And except for the first time I tried to do it, I've managed. But yeah, it's scary. Make rent due at the end of every 4th week. So I've decided to go for weeks instead of days. Because if we do a weekly... So if we do a weekly model, or if we do a daily model, then then rent would be paid every 7 turns. Daily turns. Rent would be paid every 7 turns. So that would be like 90 over 12. So you'd have 90 days of play for 12 turns of rent. That equates... That would equate to 90 turns for 12 rents if we did that 90 thing. If we do weekly turns, rent would be paid every 4 turns. And that would be equate to 52 turns for 12 rents. So I like weekly. I think we're going with weekly because I think it's a lot to ask people to play 90 turns of this game. I still think it's a lot to ask people to play 52 turns of the game, but it's almost half, so we're gonna just take it. So the goal will be to just survive a year. And I have a rent schedule in mind. I'll type it out. You're gonna head off to sleep? No worries, Nix. Take it easy. LSG, yours is working great. Frame rate's choppy. Had to increase the size of some UI. Surprisingly chill. Nice. This is Sparta. Bomb that implodes. Hey, iSophie. iSophie? iSophie. How's it going? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. All right. Let's finish writing this to-do list. I'm losing time. Increase rent monthly by some schedule. By a schedule times occupancy. So we'll just make the occupancy a multiplier of the rent schedule, which I think will work. I think that'll be okay. Hey, Grumbolt, which jam is this for? Solo Developer Jam number 11. Where is it? Where we have 1 day, 1 minute, and 15 seconds. What's this you're working on? Yeah, we're working on our jam entry. Just Sophie? Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarifying. How are you doing? Happy weekend. Yeah, we're making a warehouse management game. We're trying to work out the final stretch of the game loop. So you can like move commodities around and combine them. And the idea is that you're going to manage this warehouse. Your money takes up physical space. So it's this kind of management game of like buying and selling commodities and making sure you have enough money at the end of each month to pay rent. And a turn will be 1 week. So you'll do all your buying and selling. Click the door. It's like, are you done for the week? I think this plan thing will actually just bring up the shop, maybe. It's like a price guide. But yeah, you can combine and move around resources. That's actually transferring resources, not swapping pallets. I improved the interface a lot in terms of being able to move stuff around. I adjusted all the colliders, so this is a little better. Should be cute. Thought about doing solo. Schedule didn't work out. That's all right. That's all right. You're knee deep in GWJ93. Nice, nice. New builds up and working. All right, LSG. Yeah, I'm really hoping for few bugs. I'm really thorough when I set up these mechanics. So I usually have very few bugs. That's not like a huge brag. That's just like I'm so slow. And I set up my mechanics so simply that there usually just isn't room for like crazy bugs. I usually find them while I'm setting it up. Setting up the UI today is going to really test my patience. I am not happy, but it's really all we have to do is in terms of what we need to do on stream to get the loop going. Actually, let's just finish the to-do list. Win by paying rent for a whole... Win, lose... Hear about this. Win by paying rent for a whole year. Win, lose by paying rent each month for a year. Unpack mystery boxes for a random commodity. I don't think you'll be able to sell mystery boxes. I think I've decided. But you'll be able to combine them, I guess. That's it for this one. And then I have one more category. So these are the two main categories for like what we need to do for me to consider the game done, like mechanically. There's 15 things on here. We've got about 6 hours. I think we can do it. It's going to be tough. It's about 3 of these things an hour. So it's about 20 minutes an item. Give or take. 20, 30 minutes an item. I think I can do that. I'm a little scared. That's a little tight. Some of this should be easy. Like tracking the maximum you can buy sell is like relatively easy. Making a button is relatively easy. It's one of those things where it's like some of these are kind of gimmies and then some of them are like pretty major work. So good luck to us. I got one more category, which I consider effects and polish and stuff. Which I will probably do tonight. It's the most fun and the most visual, but I always end up doing it the last night. We need one more thing on here for managing the, well. I'm gonna put a platform. Build publishing. Actually, this is just its own checkbox. Publish, build. Or how about we'll say platform publishing. And then that'll have two things. It'll have put up itch.io store page, itch.io page, and push web build. And then submit. You know, the important one is to actually submit the game to the jam in time. And then these are all right, final set of to-dos here. Okay, I want SFX for UI, buying and selling, rent, do, win, lose. I'm gonna say buy, sell, so I have room. So we'll have some sound effects for like clicking on the UI for buying and selling, for when the rent is due, like for rent is pay, I guess maybe. Pay rent. Win, lose, and expand. And expanding. I'm just gonna say expanding. I want displays for the 3 initially unoccupied borders. I'm going to do a lighting pass for the warehouse space. You can do lighting and shadow. I want music. I want like background music, like bossa nova. Jazz, etc. Bossa Nova have 2 S's in it. Does everyone agree on this? Bossa Nova. I see it spelled a few different ways. We'll say Bossa Nova, jazz, etc. Grab some music. Doesn't need to be much. I do need a music. I need a menu with options, credits, etc. from the shop UI. I need to add stuff like that to the shop UI. This is definitely going to be a single screen game. Title image for jam submission / itch page. Okay. I mean, this is quite a list. 15. There's 23 things on this list. There's 24 hours. I guess we'll put one more thing of here of like collect feedback. Make game available for playtesting. For testing. I'm gonna put that above submitting the game to the jam in time. I'm gonna need help with testing. I probably won't have time to play this game like hardly at all. I'm just picking a bunch of arbitrary values and hoping they're fun. All right, we got 24 items. We've got 24 hours. We got half a pack of cigarettes. It's 90 miles to Chicago. It's dark. And we're wearing sunglasses.
Your logic was impeccable, Captain.
Thanks, Smooth, in a second. You're definitely going to be helping me play testing this tonight. I'll move this down to the bottom. Even though this is like non-negotiable. All right, to-do list in hand. Let's get to it. So setting up the shop interface is probably the first thing we need to do. Oh, effects and polish. I probably need a UI theme. I need to like get a UI theme probably. But I'm not going to worry too much about that. If we don't end up with a nice fancy UI theme, fine. I'm not going to put it on the to-do list. On a mission from God, exactly. Exactly, Grumbolt. Hey, Nick's free of cigarettes for like 3 or 4 weeks. That's great. Congratulations. Did you replace them with something even worse, like game dev addiction? Worse, RimWorld modding. Nanigans, best way to develop software, push to prod without any sort of QA. Yeah, I'm less worried about bugs. I am more worried about balance. Because we're basically YOLOing with like no balance testing. Check in with the penguin. Grab 4 fried chickens and a Coke. Yeah, drive on. Exactly. Exactly. Catch the show at Bob's Country Bunker. All right, so we need to make an interface. I absolutely hate doing this. So should I mock this up? Probably is the answer, but I don't think I'm going to. So I don't want to actually have the wallet label up here. I think we'll call this cash on hand, which will break the script I wrote. Oh yeah, what I want to know is how much space it takes to say cash on hand is $120,000, which I think is going to be the max amount of cash you can hold in the warehouse. How much space does that take? This is going to be one of those UIs that I probably like hand place and then hate it because I like things change. So I want something like this. I might just hand place labels and things. What I should do is have like an HBox container and like put it here and like blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's the life we're going to live today. I don't respect control nodes. These are all part of the shop UI, I guess. 4 weeks tomorrow. That's awesome, Nix. We're gonna say like rent due, maybe. Rent owed. I'm thinking the maximum. I'm thinking the highest rent, the final rent to win, is gonna be 60 grand. And then I think we'll have one more, which is like, what should I call it? Like duration, maybe? Gonna head out. Thank you. Thank you, Nanigans. Fingers crossed. 24 line items, 24 hours. 24 hours. 24 dead. Had a bit of Iggy Pop. I can't really do an Iggy Pop very long. I am the passenger. And I ride and I ride. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be riding through the city at night here as far as amount of work we have to do. No sleep. No sleep for us tonight. All right, what am I going to call this? It doesn't really matter. I'm going to just call it week month because that's literally what it is. So it'd say something like week 1, month 12. We could say like week 4, month 12. So rent is going to be due at the end of the... Okay, what I actually want, I actually might use some alignment here. So I can actually put this in the middle, or maybe not. If I want to like correctly position this stuff, I'll do it later. My graphic designer girlfriend would be so disappointed in what I'm doing right now. I'll align that stuff later. Maybe I will put it in an H box. So you can see your cash on hand. You can see what week it is, what month it is. You can see what your rent is owed. That's pretty good because that's all outside of the amount of storable space in here. Probably do something. Might add like a border or something. I don't really care at this moment. So these are the 4 pieces of information you really care about. And then what we need is like a scrollable box here that has like all of the goods and all of the prices. I'll probably need to do some kind of icons, which I can do because I have the little versions of all the resource bits. The only real question is whether I do just a picture or if I do like a stupid sub viewport thing. Probably just a picture. I'll probably just take a bunch of screenshots. And that'll be fine. So what we need... Should I be good and do like an H box container? Or is that more annoying than anything else? No, because then I need like a... Then I need to like calculate the margin on everything. I don't know if I love this, but I might do it anyway. Center alignment. Center alignment. I'm going to try to be good, and we're going to see how long that lasts. The HBox container layout is going to be... Oh, see, I'm already off to like what I feel like is a bad start. This is gonna be center top. We'll remove the custom minimum size. Top wide. There we go. I want this to be in the center, though. I already hate this. Okay, no, we're not doing this. We're hard positioning everything. This is exactly how I burned like 3 hours. You couldn't get sub viewport to work in compatibility, but maybe you did something wrong. I managed to get sub viewport for this for a brief moment. I was testing something out. I ultimately don't need to because this case is so simple. But yeah, that's like a too fancy solution. Here, I'm gonna add a node. It'll be a panel container maybe. And maybe I'll call it like shop header. Do something like this maybe. Put all of these in the shop header. Oh my god, what did I do? Okay, never mind. That was a mistake. We're not going to do any kind of container stuff. We're just going to do panels. We're going to do panels. This is going to be the most hard-coded UI you've ever seen in your life. And I don't care. Okay. These are just labels. They're not interactive. So what I do need, though, is there is some complexity here because what I need is a scrolling... I need like a scroll container. I might not need it. Do we need this for 12 things? Here, hold on. Can we... I would love to be able to fit all of these on here without a scroll container. We'll just do a label. We'll say commodity. Commodity 1. I mean, I should use a container anyway, just to like... I should use a grid container for this, either way. Some kind. I'll align all of these later. I don't care. I'm just counting. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need room for 13, and I don't know if we're going to quite get there. We are probably not. Okay, so we do need some kind of scroll container to hold all of these, especially if I add like an icon. That's fine. Couldn't get it to ignore the camera 3D. So we'll have like a list. We'll have a list that takes up like most of this thing. So what we actually need here is a VBox. We probably need a margin container too, but we could probably get away without. So what we need is a VBox. I might do another panel here, actually. No, we need an HBox of VBoxes. No, we need a VBox of HBoxes. This is one of the many reasons I hate this. And so this needs a bunch of labels. We'll do them alphabetically. It would be cool if you could sort them. It would be cool if you could sort them. Absolutely not are we doing that. Copper bars. Copper bars. I don't remember what the alphabetical list of these things are. While really powerful and great, the whole VBox, HBox, VBox thing drives you insane. Yeah, I'm only doing it right now because I absolutely need it to achieve this behavior. Where do I have a list of the alphabetical? I think I know. I think I know where. I feel like I have an alphabetical list of these somewhere. Probably here. Palette. Here we go. A VBox of HBoxes. No, I do want to... I want to put the... No, it is HBoxes. This sucks, because these are all going to be different. The way this is set up. I don't care. I'll live with it. I'm like, what about the alignment? Who cares about the alignment? Can't spell mystery boxes ever, apparently. Silver bars. Oh, and technically all of these label... No, this isn't a... This is a VBox? HBox container. Right. So this should actually be an HBox container. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Who cares? Stone bricks. I'm just trying to maintain momentum today. So you're going to hear me be very dismissive a lot. Because the only thing that can get me now is if I start to feel like I can't finish in time. That's the doom. 1, 2, 3. Delete money pile. Okay, lucky 13. That's what we want to see. Thanks, Arnio. What am I doing? UI. Great. So we need just a little bit. You know, maybe what we could do, maybe we don't need a scroll bar. Maybe we don't include all the information on top like this. Maybe we include it on the side. It looks like I could maybe get away without having a scroll bar. Let's finish these labels. Because I would not like a scroll bar if it's just literally like one thing. I would love to do it without a scroll bar. Because then I can do separate V-boxes and actually do some kind of like alignment fixing. Yeah, it looks like there's only one that's cut off. So yeah, let's fix that. So let's forget about... So this VBox container is going to be commodity names. I might call them good names. Goods names, commodity names. Forget about this. What we're going to do is we're going to move this stuff over. So the most important thing is probably put rent owed under. Do it like this. And then week month. Something like this. Then I can move the commodity names thing up here. Why is it so hard to do this? Okay, lock these. No, you can't lock. Yeah, lock these. It is so hard to interact with this stuff. Okay, that's good. That's good balance. It feels okay. So we'll say copper bars. We'll need to have like a menu thing along the side here somewhere. I think I want this to be a little more prominent. Should probably be lined up. Like that. Something like that is pleasing. Our panel. Might move this a little. Okay, so we can have another VBox now. We can call it prices. Commodity prices. I might shorten this to just names and prices. Probably give them unique names too. I'm going to duplicate all of these And put these in here. All right, we're an hour in. That's not great, but this menu is actually coming together quicker than I thought it would. So that's good. I have to make sure that these are kind of aligned at least. It's tricky. None of this is cost. Well, some of this might cost 1,000, but I'm just doing this for blocking purposes. I don't think anything is going to cost more than 4 digits. So I'm digit maxing. Did I use that right? Arnio, what are you talking about? Oh, are you talking like about LSG's game? The turnip game. Okay, okay. So what I would like... Well, what I would like is for you to... I think I'm going to put buttons here. And when you click on one of these, it will change this menu to like a buy sell kind of thing. I might move these over so I can have like an options menu up here. Hey, the great Abobus. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the ads. Sorry. Right into an ad break. Hey, Magoo, how's it going? I might get some little up-down arrow things. I call it like Delta or something. So let's make one more V-Box. And let's copy this one more time. Well, you know what I should do is I should copy it, not duplicate it. Copy it into here. There we go. Is there like an up arrow or a down arrow? I'm going to simulate an up arrow and a down arrow, I think. Maybe it could go, maybe there could be 2 up arrows or down arrows. Like it's changed a lot. You could do something like... something like that. I think this is all we need. The name, the amount, like the price, and then whether the amount's gone up or down. This is going to be called delta. I appreciate that you jump over to YouTube when there's an ad on Twitch. Smooth in a second. Cracks me up. All right, so there's that. We've got the name, the prices, and the delta. And then what we need is we need buttons. We need a V-box of buttons. Oh yeah, we wanted icons too, didn't we? Maybe. I kind of do want icons. And I would probably put them here on the left. The price and the up down could be pretty close together, I think. We'll make one more V-box for our icons. You hate ads. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, well, these aren't going to be labels, are they? They're like images. They'll be like little textures. Guess that's fine. Oh, snap. We're getting a Thornity raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome to Solo Dev Jam number 11, the final 24 hours. Don't panic. The Thorn army is here. I see that. Welcome in, raiders. How's it going? We're participating in the last 24 hours of Solo Dev Jam number 11. We're, I would say, a little behind, but I think we're going to be okay. I think we have time to rally. Panic. Exactly. Exactly. I have a to-do list. It's got 24 things to do.
Your logic was impeccable, Captain.
In 24 hours. We're okay in terms of what's happening in the warehouse. Don't worry about my UI that I'm scuffing together here. But we can move things around the warehouse really easily. We can combine goods. We can combine and move goods around the warehouse. We're working on the buying and selling part. Once the buying and selling part is done, I'll do the game loop. We'll split the warehouse into quarters that you can unlock, which should be pretty easy. I have a pretty good idea about that. Should be all right. I think we'll be okay. But we're definitely at crunch time. But how's it going, Thornity? How was the stream? How's everyone's Sunday going? Yeah, this is our to-do list. We're working on the first one, which is a shop interface for trading. Which actually involves a lot of these, like a quick buy, quick sell button. Display that shows price changes. So all we have to do is remember last week's price and then do a little up-down arrow or double up-down arrow thing. Which means I need to make an up-down arrow or double up-down arrow, but I bet I could find one. I could find some. Actually, I mean, honestly, I could totally probably just use... I could probably just use these, but this kind of sucks. But I might just use those. I do want little icons. I would love little icons. So I'm going to make a placeholder for those. Texture, rect. How is this going to work? Oh, I was moving that, not the texture rect. Here we go. I just need a temporary texture. Can I just make an arbitrary new texture? I could do a viewport texture for these. I actually don't know what size this should be. I don't really want to guess. We'll do the icons later. That's a plus. That's a nice to have, not a need to have. Color might make them work a bit better. Like the green and the red, yeah, probably. They're just placeholders for now. So what I do need, though, is I need to make another VBox container of buttons. Xbox, I type. Everything's an Xbox, including my VBox container. We'll call these buttons. I'm going to take the labels and then just change what they are. That's my elite approach to doing this. Change your type to a button. What's the difference between some of these? Pop-up menu. Nope. Texture button. Button. Why are these bigger? Why are these so huge? Oh, I don't want it to actually include the name. Is that it? Okay, that's it. So how do I set the size then if it's empty? Do I need to have like a panel and then a button? I guess I could set a minimum size. Just a minimum size. I guess this helps me figure out how big the everything needs to be. As long as this stays aligned, which it looks like it does, then this is probably the right size. So 20, say like 200, 240, 320. There we go. Why can't I select you, you son of a bitch? Oh, I've locked them, that's right. Unlock. Lock these. Lock these. Lock these. Child of a container get their position and size determined only by their parent. Sure. Then why won't you let me? Then, okay. It lets me select it. But then it's like, you can't move this by itself. Meh. Move the parent. And I'm like, I want to move the parent. You won't let me select the parent. Okay, yeah, iconography seems unlikely, but we'll do our best. Hope everyone's having a good weekend. Sorry, my energy is kind of frantic today. It's a big day. I like this idea. I like the game that we're making. I think this has the longest legs of any jam game I've ever made in terms of like actually maybe being fun to play and not just like a vibe. Funnest. This might be my funnest game since like A Following Wind, which was I like, but I acknowledge was not, you know, the best. But it had mechanics to it, which I usually don't manage to include. Like, I'm actually making a game this time. Crazy. Not just like a vibe. Or a toy, which is what I usually end up with because I try to do too much simulation. Admittedly, we're doing a little bit of simulation here, but not much. All right. Wood planks. Okay, so now we just need to set the right size here so that these are all aligned. I would love if I could set them all at the same time. I think I can. $23 seems to be the magic number for some reason. Okay. Oh, they need to be, the buttons need to be in front of everything else. Or what I need to do is make these be pass through. Will everyone underneath this inherit this behavior? Ignore. Ignore, great. See, I don't want the button to be in front of the text or it's going to look weird. But I need it to ignore input. Okay. Okay. I might need to make the background panel darker. I actually don't know if I can do that. I might have to change the theme to do that. Well, I could do lines. I might do some lines eventually. So that I can differentiate these a little better. That's not important right now, though. Style box. I'm gonna save this. Save this as shop style box flat. And then I will overwrite the buttons with this. Oh, can I not do that? Oh, I have to do it with each one. That's unfortunate. Well, let's see what we got. I think I want to really make this opaque. That's way more readable. I do want you to be able to at a glance kind of see what you got going on in the background. Okay. All right. Okay. So then what we're going to do is these will be able to maintain focus. So I think when you click one of these, it will hold the focus here. And then there will probably be like a name here of like the thing you're actively looking at. And I can maybe have a bigger version of the icon. think I want another panel here. But I don't think I need to override the theme. And I'm going to make one more panel. And it will be like the buy menu area. Let's like try to line this up. Okay, and then this is going to be the like active shop menu thing. Hey, Commander. And so what we want to do is we want to label shop. We'll say background. We'll say summary. And then here, this will be like active. Maybe selected. Focused, selected, whatever. Deltas. Dev Dan skipping the music track. Well, I'm sorry I didn't see that. Unless you want to skip this track. How are you doing, Dev Dan? Dev Dan. Hey, K-Cog, what's up? Working on our UI for our little shop, our little warehouse management game. It's gonna be real minimal here. We'll say label. It'll be the name. We'll have the name. I don't think we want the price, but copper bars. Center, align it. It's not center aligning. Oh, this needs to be center. There we go. Might not work the way I think it does. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it does. Oh, that was the horizontal. No, that's fine. Whatever. Just want to move you up. There you go. Name. We'll just say name. And then we need some more buttons in here. So what you would want is a slider. We want a horizontal slider, which is like amount. Here. We'll have a label that says like value. Be like a dollar value. It'd be interesting to see how it looks. So the progress yesterday, it looks good. We can like, let me turn the UI off. I'm working on the shop menu, but it looks good. We can move things around. We can combine palettes. So like these are, this is transferring stuff between the palette. It's not swapping the palette. It's moving the material in the palette. So it's like transferring bars and changing size and stuff, which is why you can like increase the size. So this is all working great. What we're working on now is the buying, selling the commodities. That's the last probably key mechanical piece, just so that you can open this shop menu, pick a commodity, and then buy or sell an amount of it. So you kind of need to pick buy or sell, though, huh? And then set an amount. So we need some buttons. Yeah, because the slider would mean different things depending on whether you were buying or selling. So I think it makes sense to have a buy or a sell button. Oh my god. Buy. Well, you're a button. Why don't you look like a button? Oh, you do. The value thing will probably be, and then we'll have another button that says like confirm. Maybe I'll make this bigger. Theme override, font size. Maybe we'll make all of these a little bigger for this section. Could make this section a little bigger too, but I don't really want to. I might move all of this down a little though. Appreciate it. Appreciate a cake hug. Hope you're having a good day. I want to leave room up top for like a menu that you can access either way. Here, what I actually think I'm going to do is something a little different here. I don't want it to be cash on hand, though. I'm an idiot. I wanted to do... Well, I think I want to have a main menu on the outside here somehow. I don't quite know how to do it in such a way that... I want to have like a main menu button. I'll have like an options, maybe a credits, and like a retry. Probably make these bigger. Maybe a quit button that just restarts it. Credits. One more. Just be like quit. Look at me doing like layout stuff. It's a web game, so quit only really doesn't really mean much. I'm gonna hack it so that you can access these from the shop menu too. I just don't care right now. How's it going, Jammers? It's going all right, Rhiannon. We're working on our interface. I don't know if I want it aligned like this or more centered. I probably should have it a little more centered. Something like that. It's fine. Week X, month Y, cash on hand, Z, rent owed, W. Sell. And we need a slider. I'm going to say buying or selling. I'm not going to say buy or sell because that implies that, like, you press that button to, like, actually cause the thing to occur. Whereas what I want to know is whether you're buying or selling. I could have, like, a checkbox that you're, like, toggling or something, but, like, whatever. These are buttons, right? Yeah, okay. The background is maybe a little too opaque now. The options menu is, like, in the way. Guess it doesn't matter. I think I might take the quit out and put it under options. And then just have an option can be restart. Honestly, I don't even know if I need the credit screen here. I could put that under options too. Maybe this is menu. Maybe we just make it big. Maybe we just call it menu. Let's say options. I want it to be super obvious. That's better. Although I do want it to be higher up because Don't want you to cover up the play area. That's fine. Could even put it here. That's better. So this will change this amount here, and then there will be a button to like confirm. I could do a checkbox thing, I guess, actually. But it doesn't actually save us any space. Yeah, I like this better. I don't know, whatever. We can change that later if we care. And we want like confirm. How about exit? Should confirm be to the right? That's how it's normally done, right? I could see the argument for doing like a checkbox and then it says whether you're buying or selling. Kind of tempted. Check button. But I feel like it's more clear if it says you're buying or selling. You have to like click your intention. Yeah, let's keep that. And so then this will say the value of that. And then we have a confirm button, and we are going to have escape button, or maybe exit. Go back, maybe. Kate. $1 million. Okay. I like it. That took us 2 hours to lay out, and I still have to hook it up. We're in rough shape. I'm not gonna lie, we're in some rough shape. But we're gonna finish. It might just be a little crufty. Might just be a little crufty. But I'm happy with the overall look of it. The likelihood of getting little icons in here is becoming very low. So what I need to do is I need to make it so you can select this. It focuses this button. I want the background to be a little more. Actually, you know what? I think I want all of these to just be a little more. Can I set this up here? Set the theme. I'm gonna make a new theme. It starts as default for everything, right? And what I want to do, or maybe I don't. No, maybe I don't want to make a new theme. All I really want to do is change the background color a little bit. That only matters for you. Oh, it's a style I'm changing, right? So you need to be a little darker. Say 160. I could give myself a little more space, but I'm not going to. So moving the slider, so you'll pick buying or selling, and then this slider will either be the minimum, like it'll either be 0, and it'll go from 0 to the max, either the max you can buy or the max you can sell, based on space in the warehouse, amount of the commodity you have, amount of money you have. The space in the warehouse thing is going to be a little hard. You got this. Thanks, LSG. Thanks for the rehydrate, Rhiannon. Yeah, LSG is done already. Trying to make us look bad. Okay, so we need a lot of. So how do I want to do this? I probably want to do this somewhat generically, but maybe not. Going up to 191. That's better. I think it's actually going to be like this. Because it's actually, the options menu is going to be there whether this thing is open or not. I might put a label. I'm going to put a label somewhere. I think it's going to be called shop. And I think we're going to put it underneath this stuff. So otherwise, I don't think people are going to know where you can shop. Better. I'm gonna say turn. Legion. I think I want to do something like this. These are all minor things. I'm not sure about this, so I'm not going to do it right now, but I might want to do those later. Try not to position the options menu. I think the options menu is going to be way over here. Maybe not. Done with that. Who cares? Don't matter. Doesn't matter. All right. So now this needs to be interactable. Gotta hook all of this up. This will probably take an hour or two. All right. Let's look at the to-do list. How are we doing? So we're still doing all the buying and selling commodities. This is 8 things. I want to do all of these, though, by the end of the stream. Technically got the skeleton of all of this, but what we need to do is we need to hook it up. Well, nothing left to do but do it, I guess. I'm going to make this from 0 to 1. The step will be hundredths, I guess. Okay, we need to add focus to these buttons. I don't know if I need to do that in code. I could fiddle with this forever, so I'm going to try not to. Hey, Gabor. Kind of game are you making? We're making a little warehouse management game about managing all the goods in your warehouse and like buying them and selling them. Right now we can move commodities and combine them and stuff. What we're working on now is being able to buy and sell them. Probably don't need the options menu to be so goddamn large here. That's better. I'm gonna do a tangent there, and I don't care. It's almost like a tab. I'll probably do like options, shop, end turn or something like that. Looking good, thanks. We have less than 24 hours, so we are crunching to get this done. It's a 3-day game jam. We've used 2 of our days to get this far. Though only half of our man hours, so I'm hoping I can come back. All right, so to set all of this up, to speak to this, you know, to say this to be obvious about how this works. I might move those walls around a little bit if I'm being super honest. I might move the door here, move the shop here. But whatever, who cares? That doesn't matter. I'm trying to make the shop work. So we need to control the focuses of everything. That's the important thing. So to manage the focus, so action mode, button release, what are the other options? Action mode's button release, sure. Keep pressed outside, no. Button group, we might need to do some button group stuff. Toggle mode, that's what we want. We want toggle mode. I want each of these to have a toggle mode. We want all of these to have toggle mode. Pretty much. All right, we're heading into ads. I'm going to take a quick break. Quick bio break here. I drank a lot of coffee this morning. Appreciate you all hanging out with me today during this incredibly stressful final finale here. Thanks within a second. Appreciate that. Toggle mode. I'm going to switch all my toggle mode buttons. So this doesn't need to be toggle mode. I do need to name these though. Go back. I guess buying would be, we'd need to choose by which one we're doing by default or something. Maybe these are disabled to start until you pick what you're doing. Can I disable a slider? I guess not. We can maybe fix that in code. There's gonna be need to be a code thing that validates what you're doing here. Tooltip would be nice. Focus. We're not gonna make this play with a keyboard. All right, I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Hey, Rhiannon. From Godot docs on slider, editable. Editable. That's what you want. Ah. There we go. Thank you. What's scrollable? Using the mouse wheel. Interesting. Wait a second. I probably want buying to be available, enabled by default, and when you click selling, it unclicks buying. Kind of a checkbox. It's really a checkbox by any other name. I might even just have a little checkbox thing that like makes it super clear what's going on. Oh yeah, I am back. There's worse things I could have done. I'd forget to turn that off. All right, so this is going to be selected by default. Thanks for the hydrate smooth in a second. In which case, this can always be editable then. And we need some code here. Maybe we want to make it one thing. No, this is tough to do. This would be tough to do. I'm like, I could just do this as a display that shows like whether you can click it or not, but that's not actually what I want. Unless I just make it say you can't actually click this. If I turn off the button mask, can you not click this anymore? You can't. Okay. I kind of want it to. I might add that checkbox thing. I don't know. Who cares? I don't know if I care. I don't care. I'm getting distracted by a nice thing. And I don't have time for either. I don't have time for essential things or nice things. All right. So we're buying by default. This scroll thing needs to be hooked up to code. This name needs to be dynamic depending on which one of these you select. We probably want to say start with copper bars or something. Oh no, maybe we'll start with wood planks. Something cheap. You can set by default. Or maybe a mystery box, that'd be fun. Probably wood planks, though, would be good to have as the initial one. But mystery boxes would be fun. Can you watch back the streams? Yeah, they're all on the VODs. All of my VODs are up. No one's ever done anything so heinous I've had to delete a VOD before. You're not following? I'm so betrayed, Thornity. I forgot to give you a shout out anyway, even though these are all your viewers. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Appreciate your support over the weekend. We'll set this to be here. We'll set... What did I call this? Selected? Should probably call it like active or something. Start this out with wood Planks. Planks. So we need to make these buttons exclusive. Shouldn't be that hard. We need to change this when we do. Yeah, I think I'm going to move some things around. I have a good idea. I'm not going to think about it right now. Back in a bit. Thanks, LSG. All right, I think I have to do all of this in code. Okay, so realistically, we're 2 hours in. It will probably take the rest of the stream to work out the whole buying and selling thing. Rent should be pretty easy. Turns should be pretty easy. Randomizing stuff is going to be a little tricky. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But we have 4 hours left in the stream, I believe. Give me your strength. I'm over here like spirit bombing. Oh my god. Okay. I hate UIs, but I think what we've got is a pretty simple one. I might call this buy sell. Can't buy sell. Call this end turn maybe. Yeah, UI jail. Thanks for the strength, Arneo. Thanks for the strength. So there's a summary. I'm gonna make these unique. I think we're mostly gonna just drive these from the main thing. Let's start driving some of these. So we're gonna say cash on hand. Cash on hand. We calculate our cash on hand. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say, what did I call this? Week month dot text equals week say variable current week. It's an integer equals 1. We'll say variable current month. It's an integer and it equals 1. Oh, that should be after cash on hand, though. S. And then we'll say rent due. Rent owed, maybe. Rent amount. Just make it super arbitrary. We'll say rent amount or rent owed text equals rent owed. And then we'll have a number that's .2f. Rent amount. I want a rent schedule. It's a constant rent equals. Actually, this is just an array, huh? Equals. What? Oh. I think I want, so I want, the last one is going to be 60,000, I think. Can't do that. 60,000. Variable occupancy. .25. Yeah, it should be an int. It's an int. Equals 1. So it's actually 15,000. I don't know what these numbers are going to be. I'm just making shit up right now. How many do I need? I need 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Love it. Perfect. All right, that'll be the rent scale. It'll be multiplied by your occupancy. So the more warehouses, the more parts of the warehouse you own, the more your rent is. Hey, Bart Lane, how are we doing in the warehouse? We moving 16 tons? We are. You move 16 tons. What do you get? A sleepless night is probably what I'm going to get. So the warehouse is looking okay. Rent owed. Text based on null instance. Rent amount. Int. Rent owed. What do they call it? I'll show the UI in a second. We're kind of messing things up, apparently. We've sorted out the Oh, I call this rent due. I'm going to call it rent owed. Rent amount is going to be rent 0 times occupancy. Actually, what it should be is it should be current month, rent of current month times occupancy. In fact, can this just be, is that a thing? Can it just have a dynamic value like this? Or do I need to have a getter? Do I need to say get? There we go. Hope you're doing good, Bart Lane. So we've designed the UI. It sucks, but it'll let us, we managed to get it all on one screen. So here's all our commodities. There's gonna be a price. We'll have a little up down ticker where you can see whether the price went up or down. And maybe we'll do like, we'll have multiples or something. And then you can like buy or sell. We gotta hook this up. None of this is hooked up. All it's doing right now is it tells you what week it is, what month it is, how much cash on hand you have, how much rent you owe. This shouldn't be 500. Should it? It should be 250. Oh. It's like current month -1. So yeah. This is dynamic. I could probably make this section bigger. That's probably what I'll do. We're getting a little distracted. I need to hook all of this up now, soon. Giving game, thanks. Yeah, you want to see stuff move around? I can combine and uncombine things, so I can like transfer resources and combine them. And when this happens, we're actually transferring them and they're resizing. So they dynamically resize, which is kind of a pain. So you can organize your little warehouse. Merge your stacks and stuff. I think I'll add, so I have options. I think I'll move options here and call it like menu, or maybe just options. I think I'll move this over by 1 and call it like shop. And I'll move this over by 1 and call it like turn or something like that, or like end turn or something. Maybe turn. So you know what you're doing, because there's gonna be so little time to tutorialize any of this. It's giving tile. I know it took me way too long to do this, considering how much I'm a tile person, a tile guy, regular old tile guy. I'm hopeful, but it's gonna be tight. It's gonna be real tight getting this done in time. I'm not good at the UI stuff, so let's just size this up. And then I can at least say I'm done organizing this. I don't know if I'm going to end up being able to find like a cute theme. But if I can find a cute theme, it should be very plug and play. Like, if I'm able to find a good theme, I should be able to just swap it in. And as long as like the fonts aren't crazy sized, it should just work. So I might do that tonight if I have time. I'm like really looking forward to like making everything pretty and doing all the fun stuff, but like, God, we have to get through so much else first. And I'm gonna be so tired when I finally get to that point. But it's okay. We're making a game. We're shipping it. I'm really proud of this. This might be the gamiest game I've ever gamed here. If we can actually pull it off. Instead of just being a tool or a system or a toy or just an environment, just an experience. This might actually be a game. Okay, that looks good. This looks pretty good. Graphic design master, does this have an approval as far as acceptable? We'll leave these tabs here. The tabs will see through, so you can hit the turn, shop, and options here. I haven't set this up because it's a little more complicated, but that's what's going to go in this little tab area. Right now, there's just options. But those are going to be reflected. Even when the shop is away, those little tabs will still be here. And then when this is up, they'll get reimposed over the top or something. And in fact, could I not just put these in front so that they're always in front? Or would it be easier to put this behind? There we go. Two recommendations. Oh my God. Do you have the simulation layer done? Here's the simulation layer, Rhiannon. Each day, the prices will be random. The prices will be randomly moved within a range of either double their baseline value or half their baseline value. That's what'll happen. And then this thing will just tell you whether that number went up or down. Use at least one different weight of type to let the user know where to look immediately. Something needs to be bolded or lightened to create a hierarchy, because right now everything is the same level of importance. Okay. I would like the stuff on the right to be considered more important. So let me see about bold. What is this song? This is a lot. Whatever that was a lot. Okay, let's try to make these bigger then, or boldened or whatever. Font. I might not be able to do that. The only thing I might be able to do is like... that might not be a thing I can do. Without adding like, without specifically adding like another font type. But I will think about that. Maybe I can do it in here. Oh my God. I'm getting errors. Hold on. Displayed text. Font. Size. You have rectangles chunking the content on the right as a separate function. I don't know what that means. This isn't the options. This is a separate... I'm just going to hide this for now. That's a separate menu. So there's going to be 3 buttons at the top here. I might as well just put them in if it's going to cause confusion. So there would be like a shop button, and there's going to be like an end turn button, and there's going to be like an options button, and these are like tabs that you can access within the shop. So this is the shop. So when the shop is up, this tab will be like focused, but you can press this button to end the turn. You can press this button to bring up like an options menu. These are just labels. These need to be buttons. I need a dividing line. I could maybe do a dividing line. So we'll say like menu probably. So when you select a thing on the left, it is going to become this thing on the right. So like right now, wood planks is selected. But the way it'll be set up, I can maybe do like some kind of dividing line thing here. I need to shorten these. I left these longer so that I could do... We'll shorten the size of these. Why can't I change this? Is it because my individual buttons need all the space? So I can try to change the size of these and provide a little more breathing room, maybe. Oop. Why does this think it needs this much space? Only by their parent. Yeah, so why doesn't this do anything? Oh, did I specify a minimum size somehow? No, I didn't. I can't change that. Why can't I change that? What did I do? Oh, there's a minimum size here. What is the anchor setup for? The anchor setup is for if you want to do this correctly. To spend a lot of time finagling this, but if I'm going to finagle it, I would like to do it now and not later. We don't really have time to make this perfect. But I think if I can separate, I agree with you that it just looks like a wall of text, so I think if I can at least separate the left and the right sections, that's worth it. I tried the whole right section, most of the buttons are bigger. So I thought that helped a little. But yeah, I can't, at the moment, I can't do like a bold or something unless I grab some more fonts, which I might do tonight. But yeah, anchors are great. We're just hard coding this because we don't have time. And also, we don't have the problem of we're not worrying about people using multiple different screens or whatever. I still can't make this smaller. Why? What the fuck? Why can't this be any smaller? Why can't I make this smaller? Why is that not an option? It's locked to 320. Is it because you're locked? I doubt it, but what the absolute fuck? Do you have a minimum size? Do you have a minimum size? Do you have a minimum size? This is gonna drive me insane. I'm gonna give up on this because this is stupid. I don't understand. It says it's a child of a regular control. And its size is set by its parent, but its parent doesn't give a fuck. Its parent has no custom minimum size. If I change this, does that let me change this? No. Somehow this is hard locked to this amount, and I don't know why. Well, fuck it. We can't change it. It's impossible to change this, so we're just gonna accept it as being suboptimal. It's a button. The button has no name, has nothing, no text associated with it. If I was doing this correctly, Arneo, it would have to do with all the other variables. But these are all separate things. Like, if I got rid of the deltas, this shouldn't affect this. It does not. But yeah, if I did this correctly, that would be the reason. Whatever, who cares? I'm over it. If I can figure that out later, I will. Otherwise, this is about as good as it's going to get for now. This is no longer aligned. I'm going to try to fix that at least. What I could try to do is put one more panel here to try to, like, show... Is there a border? No, there isn't. Border. No, there isn't. I think there's a line. Like, I could do a line, but I don't want to do that. I'm just going to do a panel. We could also do a texture thing. We're just going to do one more panel around this commodity list, because that's about all I can do here. It's looking pretty rough. I might make the background the whole screen, in the hopes that it doesn't absolutely fuck up everything else. It will. This, we'll resize some things. It gives me a little room to give the other elements more of a breathing space. We will use that. Whoa, boy. Put all of you in there. I'm just gonna move you. Oh my god. All of you are going in there. You are all gonna be locked. I can at least move this around and give this a little bit more space. And then move these around a little bit here. Whoa. Okay, we're able to separate the space out a little more clearly by doing it this way. This is about as good as we're probably going to get. Let's lock all of its children. It will not. All right, this is probably the best I can do. It's hopefully a little better. We've burned another hour, and all we've done is set up the menu. This is a little clean. Is a little more room, a little clearer. Not just a big wall of text. I think the series of semi-transparent background things is becoming a liability. I'm just gonna make the background like pretty much fully opaque, I think. I think that helps. These buttons I'm going to try to move, but I might not be able to. I guess they can be... whatever. Okay, so I've done this sort of thing before with button groups. Hey, Squid Pie. Oh, so this number here, so this window actually needs to be a lot. I'm not gonna call it cash on hand. I'm gonna call it like cash funds or something like that. Because cash on hand is too long a name. This could be like this could be a 6-figure number. You know. It could be this long. That's better. If you have this much money, you're like rolling in it. Hey, Four Toasters. How's it going? Okay. We're pretty behind. We'll get to the finish line. It might be rough. But, you know, that's game dev. Hope you're having a good Sunday. What kind of game are you making for the jam? A warehouse management game where you're buying and selling pallets of commodities to try to make rent each week. I wonder if I want to make this almost completely opaque without actually being opaque. Yeah, you can move your commodities around. You can combine them to save on warehouse space. You can transfer. Now we're setting up the... My idea for those shop menu buttons isn't going to work. There isn't the right amount of room, or they're not aligned correctly. Might get rid of this go back and just have a confirm. I think instead of this, this is going to be exit shop. Might make this the biggest one of all. See if I can align it vertically here. Close. Maybe what I want is I want this stuff higher up, and then I want exit shop to be at the bottom. Maybe this is in the wrong spot. Do something like this. Might say confirm order, maybe place order. And exit shop can be like down here. Okay, this is it. It's not perfect. I think it's got the information you want everywhere. It's got your summary up top with the week, the month, the funds you have available, the rent you owe. I think I said this was Z. Color Z.ZZ. That's cute. I'll do that because who cares? Are we able to have little icons for each inventory item, or is it hard? I would like to put icons. That is a stretch goal. But yeah, I would like to have little room for little icons. That is a, like, if I have room at like 5 in the morning, I will do that. Big stretch. All right, we've spent 3 hours and we've laid out the interface. That's not good. Jacob, 100 bits for the Kickstarter stretch goal. Appreciate that, Jacob. Thank you. Thank you for the biddies. All right, this is good enough. I do think I want to maybe make this background almost transparent or opaque, but not like exactly opaque. This just feels bad. I don't like having... I want to be able to see the fact that it's, yeah, maybe this, something like this. Like you can see the fact that there is something back there. So I need these two. You know, I think I'm going to do this from like a bottom-up standpoint because I can't. Buying. Selling. The interface is a big part of the game, though. Yeah, we got to hook it up. Once it's hooked up and you're doing this, then all you need is the loop of like you have to pay the rent at the end of the month. And so we need the interface hooked up. We need rent to be due. We need to randomize the prices each day. How can you beat the game? Last a year. So each turn is a week. Every month you pay rent. And if you can make it a year, then you win. So you have to make 12 rent payments. Probably move the little... I think I'm going to move the deltas over a little bit. I think where they currently are, they're a little claustrophobic. So I think it'll be 1 arrow if it's gone up by like less than half. It would be 2 arrows if it's gone up by more than half. Or something. I don't know. I'll figure out exactly what I want to do for the deltas. That looks better. All right, so how do I want to control things like this? I could do button groups. Button groups might help. I remember using button groups in another project. Button group. But I also might not want to fuck around with button groups. Oh no, I do. No more than 1 button can be pressed at a time. Yeah, I do want to make a button group. That's simple. And then I can have... But where is the button group? Oh, you're a resource. Get pressed button. Okay. Yeah, we'll make these a button group. That's a good idea. Make a new button group. Where does this exist? I want to say that. I want to say commodity button group. What does allow unpress? If true, it is possible to unpress all buttons in this group. I don't know if I want to be able to do that. No, I do. I actually do want to make that doable. Allow on press. So you are all going to be in this button group. Quick load. Can you imagine if we had to actually make anything for this? Like if I had to make a single asset. I'm probably going to have a really shitty title image. It's probably going to be just like a screenshot of like part of the warehouse or something. You'd be mega dead in the water. Yeah, Jacob. All right, so now when I do this. Okay. So that's good. So then what I want is I want to hook up a signal. Now the real question is... Okay, so we got this. We want buying and selling to be a button group as well. So buy, selling, button group. Warehouse.scene. Possible cyclical resource inclusion. There's something concerning about that, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. We'll say buy, sell, button, group. So this is going to start. We're not going to start this crust. Right now there's going to be something like, it's going to be like choose a commodity. And this will be disabled. This will also be disabled, or not editable. This also won't be pressed. Okay, so the part of this I don't understand. How the scripting is going to work, but let's add some scripts. GB script. Buy sell button group. Why does it say .tres L55H? Okay, I need to save it. Save as buy sell button group .gd. Also want one for this one. Save as commodity button group .gd. Heading into ads again. Watch out. Halfway point. We're at the halfway point and we're pretty cooked, chat. Halfway point of the stream. I'm hoping we'll have a very scuffed build that we can put up at the end of the stream so that people can start testing the balance. All I have to do for that, besides everything I've already described, is cordon off the 4 quarters of the warehouse and make it so you have to purchase them. But yeah, tonight I will upload a build. And then hopefully over the next, 18 hours, people can, after the stream, people can check it out in their own time. Give me some feedback on the balance, maybe find some bugs. So these should be disabled until we've chosen a commodity. Okay, but they are a button group. So when you choose a commodity, that commodity will be named here. It will default to buying. It will unlock this, so this value can be used. Place order will be set as soon as the value is not 0. And exit shop will just... Let's set up the exit shop button. Let's get some easy wins. To hook up a signal, say on pressed. Oh, maybe we don't want the script here, actually. What I could do is I could say connect this to the shop on exit shop pressed. It's always the question of what part of this should be top down and what part should be bottom up, Oh, boy. Why don't you belong to this group? This merry band here. Okay, so we can close the shop. We can't currently bring it back up, which is a problem. So you're pickable. There is, though. What are you talking about? You want 2? You want more? No? Okay, fuck you. I don't know what you're talking about. Super.onArea 3D input event. Okay. Expected closing parentheses after call arguments. Oh. Well, wait. I've done this somewhere else. I've never passed things through. Oh, you know what I probably have to do? Probably have to say I'm using you just to pass you to the next thing. No. Do I not need to do any of this? Expected 5, received 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Super dot on area. I don't care. You never do this, you'd waste all your time making assets and F. This is what I waste my time on. The thing is, like, you need a closing parentheses at the end of this line. And I'm like, this is a closing parenthesis at the end of the line. So what are we talking about? Which means there's some other thing, or it's just unhappy. I'm like, what the fuck are we talking about then? We're just not going to do a super. I don't care. We just won't do it. You include the type in the function call? No, you don't. That's what it is. That's exactly what the problem is. Yeah, I don't use GDScript except when I'm jamming, and I have no idea how it works. Good call. So what we need to do is we need to say if. It's actually kind of overkill to do the super, but I like to do it. Thanks, Squid Pie. It's one of those things where it's like I can't see what the problem is because I'm trying to move quick. You've been stuck on the end condition of your game, Jacob, a bit. You've been messing around with everything else. Yeah, I feel like I've been messing around with everything else today. All right, so if event is event mouse button, if event dot is pressed, we'll say shop.visible equals true. Just do this. This should be fine. So if I exit the shop, I can just bring it back up. Beautiful. I'll put a shop label on. I'll label what these do. I think I'm going to move this so I can have them all on a line here. But I will label. I guess I don't actually need to move them, huh? Have like a little end turn and a little like shop. Okay, so these should be disabled. All of these should be disabled until a commodity has been chosen. So I think this needs to be a thing. I'm going to call it the selection. And I'm going to give it a script. And I'm going to access you with a unique name. There's nothing to start. Not a scope creep. You're hoping there'll be a warehouse manager dude you can identify with. That's all. That is, you have to look into a mirror and then decide whether you can identify with yourself or not. I thought of putting trying to sneak W. Loman in there somewhere. Try to sneak the name of the guy from Death of a Salesman. That is a deeply stretch goal idea. Yeah, mirror not included. There you go. Okay, so we can bring the menu up. Oh, cheering for another bits, another 100 bits. Thank you, Jacob. You're very sweet. Good evening. How's the game coming along? We are way behind, Azzy Steel, but we're okay. We've got our shop interface. We're just trying to hook it up now. You can move and control all the palette stuff fine. So we just need to have, you just need to be able to buy, sell, and then we just need to turn on the loop. We just need to be able to, you can end the day, starts another day. I think ending the day will probably bring up the shop menu or something. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, Practical. Thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Looks good. It looks good. It doesn't, nothing is happening yet, but I believe. I believe. Because every day is a good day when you paint. All right, so we have this little commodity window that will only be active when something is selected. So what we need to do is we need to tell the button group. We need the commodity button group to do something for us. So I don't understand what a button group script is. I don't think that works. I don't think we actually want a button script or a button group script. I think we want the script to be on the button, and it will just refer to the button group. I think I set this up slightly wrong. Let's get rid of those. Close these. Discard. Discard. What we'll do is we'll make a commodity button script. So we know what our button group is, right? Like, button group. Oh, the base button. So button group. So what we want to do is we want to be able to get button. Oh, you don't really want to be able to get button pressed. Sometimes we might want to be able to do that. But we don't actually need to do this. Pressed. Emitted when one of the buttons of the group is pressed. Button, base button. So we could do this from like I feel like we could do this from one script. I'm just a little confused about how the base button script works. Button group. How do you group? I'm a little confused because it doesn't have, I don't know where it exists. It's like a resource. Yeah, it is a resource. Okay. Maybe we will do it this way, because then we can just tell the active thing to switch when that happens. Let's do it that way. That's better than what I was going to do. We're going back to the way we had it before. Okay. And so what we're going to do is here, we have a signal. It's a resource. Oh, it extends. Oh, it doesn't extend anything. Maybe it does. Extends button group. don't have any signals I can emit. Oh, maybe I need to go to the actual button group resource. Signals pressed. Oh, maybe I don't even need a script. Oh, but I can't connect anything. Base button. It's one of those things where it's like a technically simpler solution that I don't know how to use. Because it's a resource script. Whatever, who cares? Can't do that. Who cares? I know how to do it with the button. It's a little stupider, but I genuinely don't know how to do it with the resource. And it's not, now is not the time to learn. You're gonna make a mod to this with Bernard, that'd be funny. Hey, Sapphire, we're trying to hook up the rest of our UI. It's a struggle, but we're doing our best. We're gonna put this script on all of our buttons. Each one of these is going to have a type, commodity type, commodity button dot type, and it's going to be a palette dot type. So each of you just has a simple type that we choose. All right, good luck. Good luck, Sapphire. You got this. Okay, so everyone's got a type. We all need a name. Name. We'll just get string. Oh, we'll need a. We don't want. It's not name. We want like a. We go to palette. Whatever. Say type name. I could define this all once, huh? I'll do that rather than have to do this multiple times. Palette, we will say we'll have a constant. Type name. Just grab these. So I only have to do this once. Hope I'm not stressing out the other jammers with the frantic nature of my work here. I'm sure I didn't spell any of these wrong. Oh, now you're upset with me? Oh, I need to say type dot. Funny how it didn't care until I was done. All right, so now we can look up the type name. So you just have that. You were panicking well before. Good to know. You're thinking about your Bernard mod and you learned about the term bear market. You're funny. You're funny, Arneo. All right, so now what we can do is we can hook up a signal. We can just send our palette type over. We really don't need almost any information here. So we can have pressed. We can connect it to... it would just be on button pressed. And we would connect it to... This is going to be annoying to hook up, but we only have to do it once. What? Can you not signal below yourself? Oh, selection. Here we go. I was like, I didn't think it was literal when they said signal up or call down. It's because those don't have scripts, so you can't. Oh, look how gross that connection is. Well, I'm not allowed to change. I guess I can change this. It should update. But this is still pretty gross. Toggled. Pressed. Okay. I want to connect to selection. What we need to do, though... Hold on, we can't do it this way. So you all have the same function. So what we want to do is we want to actually just connect it to ourselves. We'll say on pressed. Is there an easier way to connect a signal to yourself than actually have to do this whole thing? I guess I could have made an inherited, I could have like done an inherited scene and stuff, but not now, I think. Look. Select, no, not funk. Signal, select commodity, type, palette type. You think you're settling on a name? You think Bernard 2 spare commodities? That's funny. Select commodity dot emit type, and then all we really need is a func ready, and we'll say select. Say selected commodity. Oh well, hold on. On pressed. It's on pressed only when it's toggled or pressed. And then what does this say? Pressed. What is this? Or do I need is pressed? How do I know if it's actually pressed or not? It's this, right? Because you can untoggle these, unfortunately. But so I need to account for that. Here we can say... Signal, we'll say unselect commodity. Type palette dot type. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say selected commodity dot connect, and we will say, we need to say selection. We need to say like on selected commodity. This needs to be a callable. I had this pet peeve of IDEs that won't let you add a parentheses if there's another parentheses to the right of the parentheses you're trying to add. I hate that. I don't know who thinks that's like a quality of life thing. I hate that so much. Here we'll say, if is pressed, is this a property or a function? Property. No, wait. Is button what? How did I get here? Button pressed. Cool. If true, the button state is pressed. Only works if toggle mode is true. Okay. I guess that works. So this emits if you need to know the button's pressed state and toggle mode is active, use toggled instead. Toggled. Toggled on. Google. Oh, this is better, isn't it? Here. I'm going to make one of these. I'm going to call it commodity selection. There's going to be... It's going to be toggled, bool, and type. We're going to unconnect this. We're going to connect this to ourselves. I feel like there's an easier... I feel like there should be an easier way to do this. When I just want to like connect myself to myself here. I feel like that should be easier to do. We can say if, well, no, we don't need to say if toggled on. We'll just say commodity selection dot emit toggled on. And type. All right, this should work. Should work for our purpose. Now I just need to manually connect all of these, apparently. In a perfect world, I would have created all of these from the same like inherited scene or something. And I wouldn't have to do this bullshit. I do kind of like these activities, but I don't have time for this shit. I like these because it gives me a moment to breathe and think, but like I feel like I can't. I feel like I don't have time to do either of those things right now. Luckily, there's only 13 types. An auspicious number. I got distracted. I'm thinking about how I'm going to update things like the price easily. I think what I'll do is I'll have like a commodity ID thing, and then you can just get the child at that index. I'll probably make a commodity script. Oh, do I not have a commodity script already? I don't know. I don't think I do. Dictionary of palette.type and int. Unexpected identifier ID. Oh, yeah. Let's work for it. Upper bars will be 0. Make sure this is true. I'm going to call this UI ID because it's just for the UI. And now I'm going to have to rewrite the thing. That's fine. Copper bar is 0. Crude oil 1. Fresh food 2. Gold bar is 3. Oh, I can't put this here, huh? Can I? Call that pallets. Oh, maybe I could have made that a unique thing then. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Got ahead of myself a little bit. Typical. Typical Dave. All right. At export variable UI ID. Might say commodity. Oh, not money pile. Mystery boxes. I missed a number. How did I miss a number? Crude, fresh food, gold bars, iron bars, machine parts. Okay, so I just skipped a number is what I did. Seven. Bars 8. 9. What should this be? This should be 0 to 12. If I have less than 12, I messed up. Looks good. Why does it say dictionary int? Oh, because that, I understand. All right. Okay, so I've got my dictionary of commodities. We can say commodity.uid to get that. And we can, that works for the buttons, the names, the prices, the deltas, so we can change all of that stuff if we want. Probably won't, but if we need to, we can. Buttons, names, prices, deltas. Lock that up. Lock it all. Lock all this up. So let's set all the prices. Commodity, commodities. Commodities, commodity button. So commodity selection. Let's try to remember what I was originally doing. So you want a func, it was on, what do we call it? On commodity selection. And it will be a toggled on is a bool in the type, which is a palette type. And what this is going to do is it will do a number of things, but the main thing it will do is it will set the name text equals. Now, where did I put this? Lookup. It's in the palette, right? Palette dot type name or the type. All right, let's just see if that alone works. Okay. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna say it's equals palette type name if toggled on, else it's gonna be choose a commodity. I think is what I had for the default. Okay, and then what else we need to do is we need to enable and disable the interface when we've chosen a commodity. So you can just change commodities, or technically what you can do is you can undo this, because I want you, if you double click a type of palette, I want it to open the shop and select that commodity. Maybe even default a bunch of settings to like it defaults to sell and it defaults to the amount that's in that palette. Something like that. Something close to a quick sell, quick buy mechanic. I don't really care about that right now though, but it does matter. So we're gonna do that. So I guess I can't actually do this if else. I actually need to know if toggled on. I need to do all of these things. Actually, I could do it like this. Who cares? What we can do is we can say... Well, I can't really change value yet. What we could do is... can say buying dot button pressed equals true if toggled on, else false. And we'll say selling dot button pressed equals false. Set the we'll say amount. We'll reset the amount dot value to be 0. And we will, well, we'll leave confirmed. We'll say confirm, disable, confirm, editable. How? What? Oh, I don't know. I can't access you. I'll say confirm dot disabled equals true. Okay, so so when we choose a commodity, oh, it should have set this to enable buying. A button pressed is true if toggled on, else false. Really? So why didn't that do anything? Oh, button disabled needs to be. Let's say buying dot disabled equals false if toggled on, else true. Okay, so this switches to buying. And then if I unselect, it disables. It will say choose a commodity. There's a debugger complaining about something. Attempt to open script buy sell button group resulted in error. Okay. Easy. I'll do that. Is that all? Warehouse. Extended resource reference non-existence resource at buy sell button group. Oh, that's all probably was all related to that. Yeah. Okay. I should be able to change this though. I don't want to disable. I want to say amount dot disabled equals false. Whoa. Huh? Oh, it's editable. Editable equals true. Okay, I still need to set the amount. When this goes up, then you could place an order. We'll have to manage this part. Okay, so I can exit the shop. I can bring it back up. It remembers how it was set up. What I want to do is if you double click this, I want it to bring up the shop and set it to that component. Set it to that thing. Except money. You can't do that with money. I guess I would do that here. So where does this? Where's the on double click? Somewhere we've got an on double click thing going. I don't remember where. just pressed. Oh, the warehouse is responsible for this. So we've got an on palette double click somewhere. Where am I doing this? I set this up last night and I don't remember. Shop. Oh, literally, we're just changing the visibility of the shop. That is not what we want to do. Here, what we'll do is we'll hook up a thing to the shop. We'll have a signal somewhere here. Signal. Double clicked. Palette. We'll send that to the shop because why not? Say on palette double clicked. So instead of this, we'll say double clicked dot emit self. So we have a func on palette double clicked palette void. So when the palette is double clicked, what we want to do, we want visible to be true. And then now we want to set a bunch of stuff. The question is, what do we want to do? Do we want to signal this? I think I actually want a function that encapsulates this better. Func, we'll say select commodity. We'll say type. Actually, no, we want to know the whole. You can say select commodity by type, and we feed a type. Sometimes that's all you get. And then I want to also have func select commodity by palette. Then we get more information. So we select commodity by type, and then we'll just have another function for unselect commodity. We'll say if toggled on. We'll say select commodity by type. Send the type. Else, we will just say unselect commodity. We don't care. So for this, we'll do like this. Otherwise, we'll do like this. Do this for both of them. Let's see if that works. Okay, so it brings up the shop, but I want it to select things. So I want to select copper bars. I want to set it to selling, and I want to set the amount to be whatever the amount in this pallet is. So if I really want to sell a pallet, I can just be like, boop, bring this up, and then place the order. So we'll say if pallet.type is equal to pallet.type.money pile, we will do something different. And we will just unselect commodity. Else. No, we don't really need an else. We just do a return. So if it's not that, what we'll do is we'll say all of this stuff. Buying disabled is going to be true. Actually, no, disabled won't be true. Disabled will be false. Button press will be false. Selling. Disabled equals false. Oh no, we don't need to disable it. Well, we want to undisable it. But disabled, false, not editable is true. The value, so here's the fun part. So now we need to calculate the value. How are we going to do that? What's the easiest way to do that? It's bulk to multiply by the current value. Okay, I gotta think about that for a second. Okay, so what it should at least do is if I do this, well, it didn't do that. Oh, you know what it should do, which would be easier? Oh, fuck me. Okay, the way I organize this actually makes this kind of a pain. I think I can toggle without emitting a signal, but I have to double check. So untoggled. Can I do this without emitting a signal? I think I can. Don't remember how, but I know it's there. God, I don't need constants. What I need is a pressed without triggering a signal. Don't need this. I just was reading about this. It's in the base button, I think. Set press no signal. Yeah, set press no signal. Cool. Doesn't unpress other buttons in the button group. That is good to know. Can I control all of the button group stuff? I can get the pressed button. So yeah, that's the thing that I'm not currently doing. Because if I set this outside of that process, I need to go back and clean that up. Here, I think I know what I want to do. Where was I doing it though? I think I want to unselect the commodity first, just to fix everything. I think I want to do that either way. I think I want to unselect the commodity no matter what, and then if it's a money pile, we just don't do anything else. Alright, we're heading into ads. I'm going to take a quick break. Let me hit the ads. Then bio break here. We're in a rough shape, but I think we'll make it. Not for the bio break, I mean overall. Alright, so we do all of this. What we want to do, and now what we want to do is I want to find this button. How do I know what this button is? Oh, we can say buttons. So I can say percent buttons dot get child, and I can say commodity dot UIID by palette type, and this I can say set pressed no signal. Hey, Pete Stay Moist. Thanks for following. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday here. Hopefully you're having a lazier Sunday than I am. So I want to do, what I want to make sure is I want to set this button, but I don't want to trigger the regular button setting process, which I... Good day. Good day to you, brother. You're having a lazy Monday. Oh, yeah, you know. Time zones. For me, it's about 3:30 on the afternoon on Sunday. We are crunching through the final, I guess, less than 24 hours, 20 odd hours. 20 hours sounds like a lot of time, but man, it really isn't. We're doing the solo developer jam. I'll be right back. Taking a bit of a break here. Be right back in a few minutes. Thanks for popping in here. I will tell you all about it. Give me just a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out. I will tell you it's called Death of a Whole Salesman. All right, we back. All right. So, Pete Stay Moist, we're making a game for Solo Dev Jam number 11. The theme is everything has a cost, so we're making a little warehouse wholesaler kind of game. So you have a warehouse, you can move around your goods, combine them, like you organize a warehouse, and then you buy and sell commodities to try to make your rent at the end of each month. Things are going okay. We're working out hooking up the interface. We'll need a pretty complicated value slider thing here. But we'll do that soon. Right now I'm just trying to get it so if I double click this. Why didn't... Oh. For some reason, this signal is not being hooked up. Why not? Double click .connect. Debugger. Not found shop. Oh. Duh. Unique names break for anything that can be like spawned in, which is frustrating. So I can't say this. I have to say something like get node. And now I need to figure out what the node path is. So I think it's warehouse, UI, shop. Let's hope I never change that. Okay, you do have a class name. Should fix that. Hey, Retro. Yeah, a lot of progress made, but we have a long way to go. So we're working on it. All right. Probably shouldn't have this turn on by default. So I can bring up the menu like this. And then if I create a new palette, I can still do it. Okay, fix that bug. Even with force readable name, I don't know. Well, it's not the readable name thing. The unique name thing is like it's like a hard-coded, well, I don't know. It should, you'd think it would work, especially because, you know, I might not be instantiating these things to the right spot. Let's see if I'm... But what I've found is that unique name only works for things that that are statically in the scene tree. It starts to fall apart when things start to get... When it tries to reference a unique name thing that's not part of its normal scene or not part of its... I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but I've had problems with it every time I've tried to use it for instantiated things. I could be making a mistake here insofar as I could be adding this to the wrong thing. Palettes, node, palettes. Well, let's change that. No, I am adding it to the right node. So yeah, if it's a static relationship thing, by just looking at like the relative node path, it should work, but for some reason it doesn't. I don't know why. I don't know what's up with that. To me, unique name is a shortcut anyway. It's something I mostly just use during game jams. Let's just absolutely make sure that we're setting this to the right child. Yeah, palettes.add child palette. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care. You wonder if a unique name creates a pointer instead of using... That's my because it's cached. In the same way that when you have the $ one, that's also cached. So I think that's what's happening, is I think it's caching some kind of thing that does not, that a new instance doesn't get. And the new instance, when it tries to figure it out, it like doesn't seem to be able to do it. I don't know. I have not been able to get it to work for anything that's not static. Insofar as I haven't been able to get it work with anything that any instances of things. I'm having a hard time pointing to some non-instance static unique name thing. I don't know why. Unless the unique name is part of the scene that I'm instancing. Like if it's all together in the same scene, it keeps working. But it's something about the cross scene boundary that fucks that up. I don't know what. I don't know why. So what was I working on? Well, notice how many unique names I have. So I was trying to do select commodity by palette. So buttons.getChild, palette ID, set press, no signal. So why isn't that working? Palette. Double clicked, connect, callable, shop. On palette, double clicked. Shop. On palette, double clicked. Oh, we don't signal fucking anything. Okay. That's why. Now what do we do? Can I just call down? I could probably just call down to selection.select commodity by palette. I can just say selection select commodity. Actually, let's do that and then set visibility to be true. Palette. Crash. Buttons. Get child. Commodity. Invalid call to function. Invalid call to function. Set press no signal and base button. Expected 1 argument. Oh, you have to set whether it's true or not. Fascinating. Okay, that's cool. That's very useful. Okay, sick. So now when I do this, if I double click a palette, it selects that. Oh, it needs to unselect everything else first, though. I thought I was doing that. Unselect commodity. Oh, we need to change the button. We need to say button. Actually, what we need to do is we need to say buttons. I think the buttons needs to know its button group. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to have a lot of really thin scripts here. We're going to say at export variable button group. Button group. We'll grab our button group. And so what this will do is it'll say, because I can't do this, what I can do is I can say buttons dot button group dot get pressed button, I think. Button group get pressed button dot set press no signal. This should work. If this is a function, I should probably do that. See if that works. Crash. Attempt to call set on a null instance. Oh, I guess I would need to say if buttons button group. Did I not actually set the button group? I definitely did. Commodity button group. Dot. Going back to button group here. Okay, so now if I do this and I exit the shop and I do it with another, it's not doing that. I'm gonna do the stupidest version of this. I'm gonna say for each button in buttons dot get, what was it? Get buttons. We're just gonna set them all. I'm gonna say button set. Oh wait, no, this might totally work. I was setting this to say true and it needs to say false. Let's see if that works. So do this. It's now food because that's what I selected. Oh, can I actually exit out of this? So if I click this and then I escape. Okay, good. That might not work because it with web builds. So if I click this, it's crude oil. If I exit the shop and now I click gold, now it's gold. And I'm automatically set to sell. And what I want to do next is set this amount value to be the value of that pallet. So it's like an easy way to click a pallet and just sell that pallet. I should probably turn off the escape to... God, I hate the dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash. Bart Lane, woohoo. Thank you, Bart Lane. Really appreciate you. Yeah, we're way behind, but my to-do list kind of sucks because it's one of these, like, none of these will be done, and then all of them will be done. I think the quick buy, sell, shop button is that we're not doing this. So I can just get rid of this. There isn't room. We're trying to make it easy to do that, but we're not going to actually do it. So we've got a shop interface. I'm going to say that we have a shop interface for trading. We're working on the slider now, and the slider involves tracking the max you can buy or sell. Then we need to randomize the prices each week. We need a display that shows the price changes. We need commodities that expire monthly, and they should expire. Expiring commodities should auto sell. And in fact, this is actually a sub item. Same, these are all sub items actually. I needed to check something off. I know we haven't actually done anything. Then we need to move on to managing the warehouse. Did I have something here for splitting the warehouse into separate quarters? Kind of doing this. I need to say restrict usage of warehouse by quarters into separate. I'll say split. Split warehouse into separate quarters to rent. And then you need to be able to rent the quarters. Okay, so we removed something and then added something and checked something off. So this is still rough. Still a rough to-do list. But let's work on this one. Let's just go down the list. Select commodity by type. On commodity selection. I'm going to put this at the top. So that it always happens. See if that works. So I can select different commodities. This isn't happening for some reason. It's changing this, but it's not focusing the... Why is that? Are these not toggleable anymore for some reason? No, they are. Unselect commodity. Button. Oh. Unselect commodity, then select commodity by type. Oh, what we need to do is we need to say... We need to set the button specifically. We need to say this. Why is it doing it like this? Okay, well. Oh, I don't need to do this. Yeah, as long as I'm actively setting a commodity, I don't need to play this game. Okay. That's my problem. I only need to do this in this case because we didn't use the UI to set it. That's the loop. So that's set. Now I can... It's still not doing it. Oh, it's not doing anything. Okay, I absolutely borked this. Oh, because I didn't put an else. I'm going to say return. So else. I like that pattern better. Okay. Okay, we didn't totally fix it for some reason. Unless toxic waste is just messed up. Okay, no, so it only works every other time for some reason. I don't know why. Select commodity by type. Select commodity by palette. Oh, I don't want to actually unselect the commodity. I just want to do this. I don't want to do the whole thing. I don't think. Okay, I did something that absolutely has obliterated this, so it only works every other time. Well, at least selecting from the screen here works, which is great. But for some reason, I have absolutely obliterated my ability to do this normally. Toggled on. Oh, I can't do that here. Let's see where this is, what this problem is. So we're getting a double false for some reason, if it's true. So if it's true, I got a double false. So why is this being triggered twice? When it's false. I love this for me. I don't know what I did. So this is being triggered twice for some reason. How? Oh. No. I see. I kind of see what's happening, I think. They're not revelations. Well, revelation's the wrong word for it. They're time sucks. They're time sinks. They're me. I did something without thinking about it, and now I see the problem with it. So this gets triggered whether it's toggled on or off. If it's toggled on, we select commodity by type. We do all of this stuff. If it's toggled off, we unselect commodity, which does this. So I actually just don't want this in here. And then up here, select commodity by palette, we do this. Okay, I think this will work. I really hope it will. Okay, thank God. And if I leave this here on stone bricks, and I exit the shop and I pick something else, now it's fresh food and we're selling it. So you'll notice if I select maple syrup, we're buying it. If I select it from here, by default. And then if I select it, double click it from here, we're selling it. We're selling iron bars. It's whatever I clicked on. Okay, that works. Let's not mess around with that anymore. Okay, so now what we need to do, though, is now we need to set the value. We just set the value of that slider based on the content of the pallet, which means we need to multiply it by the current value of the pallet, which means we need to have like so who's going to keep track of this? It could be the shop. That seems bad. It could be the warehouse. That seems better. Let's have it be the shop, I guess. We'll have a variable. We'll call it prices. It'll be a dictionary. So it'll be based on a pallet type and a float. Type. So on ready, we'll say func, we'll say ready. So on ready, we'll just go through. It'll be super easy. We'll say oh, I wanted to add one last thing into... So, like, if we are in the selection, we select a commodity by palette. I want to say if palette type dot money, I actually want to say not money. I want to say buying dot disabled is false if oh no, I want to say selling is disabled is false. I don't really want you to be able to sell mystery boxes, is what I'm saying. What I'm saying here. Say buying disabled is false. We'll say button pressed is false if palette dot type is not equal to palette dot type dot mystery boxes. Else true. And then selling will be false if palette dot type is not equal to palette dot type mystery boxes. Else true. I kind of want the same to be here. So we'll just take both of these. Copy these down. Okay, this way you can't sell mystery palettes. So if we open it up from here, we can't sell this. But we also shouldn't be able to buy this. Shouldn't be able to place the order if the amount is 0. So I actually say confirm.disabled is true. Oh, it's false if palette.type is not equal to. Oh, we can't quite do this. I know what I want to do here, but we can't do it yet. So here we default to selling because I selected it from the other thing. We'll set this amount to something. If I click here and then I click mystery boxes, you can only buy mystery boxes. would love a little space here where I could have like a little tooltip or something. Where I could say mystery boxes can't be sold, but they can be converted. Actually, what happens when you double click a mystery box should be totally different. It shouldn't open the shop at all. It should block off the selling thing though, still. But we'll get to there. We'll get there when we get there. I might add some tooltips to some of these. If I have time. Okay, forget about all this. Let's get back to what we were trying to do. Just to set this value amount, okay, which meant we need to set prices. Which we were going to do from the shop. We'll say const here or whatever. We'll say const types. It's an array. Palette type. And it equals this. And I'm just going to grab all of the palette types except for money pile and null. Get out of their money pile. Okay. So we'll say in the shop, we'll say for commodity type in commodity dot types. Commodity is nope, it's not. Class name commodity. Oh, what happened to currency? There it is. Currency. Class name currency. We'll say constant. Were the baselines ints? Yeah, sort of. I don't need to recreate this. I don't need to recreate this here. So say for each commodity type and commodity.types. So initially we'll just set all the prices to the baseline price. So we'll say, so for each commodity and commodity types, we will say prices, commodity type equals palette.baseline commodity type. Not parse global class palette. What's going on over here? Class name palette. Shop. Okay, you were just freaking out. I was like, there's no error here. Okay, prices commodity type equals palette.baseline. And what we want to do then is we want to then say for UI ID in commodity Oh God. Oh wait. Oh no, I can say unique name commodity. Unique name commodity. Dot. Right. Dot UID. This is not error prone at all. Unique name commodity dot UID. We will then say let's say prices UID dot value equals, or no, it's not a value, dot text equals, right? Because these are just labels. Dot text equals string $, dot 2f prices commodity type. Oh, prices UID for UID in UID. Oh, F me. I did this really stupidly. Oh, wait. I don't need to iterate. We'll say commodity dot UID commodity type. It should work, right? Can I find member and base float prices? Oh, not prices. Yeah, this is so error prone. Prices versus prices. Oh boy, that's fine. How long is left? Screamy 86. Let's see. Time for a mild panic. About 20 hours. About 20 hours. How are you doing? We're having a rough time, but we have 20 hours left, so it's pretty good. I plan on using almost all of them. Maybe a little pizza break. Okay, so this should update the price list. What I also want to do is I want to clear the deltas. I want to say the deltas are, let's say percent deltas. Here, let's just say variable commodity UI ID an int. And it equals this thing. Not that I'm saving a ton of space with this. I'll say dot text is equal to an empty string. Only string or string name can be used in index for the type node. Oh wait, I need to say prices. We need to say dot get child. All right, so this should update everything for the initial day. And then what we'll do is when there's a new day, we'll have the shop calculate new prices. Let's see, did I upgrade it? Hey, look at that. That's like actually the correct price for everything. This is gonna really suck to have a totally different workflow when the mystery box gets double clicked, but that's fine. It's actually really bad UI, I think, to have it so that everything else, when you double click them, opens the shop. But when you double click the mystery box, it turns into a different product. But I feel like people will figure that out pretty quickly. And it's not like there's anything else they could have done. It's just kind of rough. That's kind of a rough thing to do, to subject people to. All right, all of the selection and stuff is going okay. You can't sell 0, so we need to set this based on what this ends up being. So you select this. Okay, this is... Doesn't actually say... It doesn't have an opinion, but it lets you choose. Whereas this has an opinion. Disabled versus just, like, not is, like, a little too subtle for me, but figure that out. It's Game Jam for you. Exactly, Jacob. Okay. So that's good. We're setting prices, so we know the prices. So... Doesn't it suck designing all this UI? Hey, I'm Moronic. Good to see you. It's been a minute. It does. I hate this. We spent like the first like hour and a half just laying out the user interface, which I can't even see now. Oh, because I have it disabled by default. Right. Probably want some sort of tooltip. Yeah, I'll probably manage a tooltip for the fresh food and the mystery box. Whatever. There's things we could punt on it, but like we could just bail on the mystery box and call them like parcels or something like that. But I would rather have the mystery boxes. I like the idea of trying to buy the mystery boxes low and then hoping that you get something good out of them. And then it's like, do you combine the mystery box to get the maximum of one thing? Or do you keep them separate and see what you get? It could be fun. Yeah, a user might mistake it once and then never again. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like they could have done anything else. There's nothing you can do with the mystery box except turn it into something else. You can't sell it. Maybe change the outline color. That's a big ask. But it is possible. I think it's fine. How much do mystery boxes cost? If their baseline is a certain value, I might make the tutorial force you to purchase. No, fuck that. I'm like, I might have the tutorial, and I thought about it for a second, and I'm like, our tutorial is gonna be a slideshow at best. That's all I'm gonna have time for. Whatever, who cares? So what we need to do is we need to calculate this amount. Should I just do that in the palette? Yeah, let's just do it in the palette. We can say func. We can say get palette. Well, get value. We can say get current price. You can say get shop price. No, let's say get current value. Because I don't want to know the shop price. I want to know the shop price multiplied by the bulk. It is. But then what? Then I need to like tell them what that different outline color means. It's like turtles all the way down. There's really no way of getting around the fact that I just need to tell them what it does. All right, so this is gonna return a float. And what this is gonna do is it's gonna ask for the current shop price for our type. So we'll say variable price. It's a float. And it is the shop. Oh shit, we don't know. Oh, but we do. We know what the shop is. Shop.prices for our type. And then we will just return our bulk times the price. Bob's your uncle. I mean, it's a different object. I don't think your idea is bad. I just don't know if it's going to move the needle at all in a meaningful way. And if it's not, if I have any doubt about that at this point, it's better to just not do it. We'll say palette.get current value. Yeah, I have this similar hyperfocus tendency. And in Game Jam, it's easy for you to say you finished like yesterday. You could do these things. All right, so this will set the amount, the value to this. Confirm disabled is going to be true. Confirm disabled is false. This is cell. Oh, this needs to be value. Oh, you know what the warehouse needs to be able to do? The warehouse needs to be able to count the total amount of a certain thing here. Raid. Let's see if this at least worked. Selling crude oil. Oh, it needs to be divided by the total value. Hey, Singularity. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? I want to say warehouse. I want to be able to say get total value. Get total value for a type. How is the stream? How are you doing? What up? Deadly Ore. Love the raid alert. Thank you. Raid alert. Good, chilling. That's not what I'm doing. I'm working on this warehouse management game. All the palletization stuff is working pretty well. Like, we can combine our pallets and move things around, and we can do all this stuff. We're working on the shop part. So this is setting this slider to max. What I want to do is I want to set it to a value divided by the range, which is going to be the total. Value. If we're in cell mode, it's the total value of this, of what we have in the warehouse for this thing. Should be pretty easy to calculate. What I should be doing is updating the little $sign thing with this number first. Looks good at least. Yeah, it needs a big visual pass, but yeah, it'll get that probably tonight. But thank you. Appreciate you. I'll give you the shout out. Singularity is great. We got about like 20 hours, 19.5 hours. We're doing things. We got time. There's some time. Not much, but there's some. So how am I gonna set this? So I'm setting the amount. What I also need to do is set, well, so the amount's the slider. Oh, this is the value. I'm gonna move this down here. So now I need to set, we can say variable, we can say palette, we can say palette value equals palette dot get current value. And we'll say variable, we'll say total value, which we don't have anything for yet, but we'll say total value. We'll get that from the warehouse. Thanks for the follow, Dada. Amount.value is palette.cover value. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's just say value equals string $ this dot 2f palette value. Oh, palette value dot text. Yeah, let's see if it at least calculates the value of this thing. $800 of copper bars. Copper bar current value is 400. So we have 2 units, which makes sense because that's the medium size. If we click the large, $1,600. The slider is fully up, which is not correct, but we're getting there. $600 machine parts. $400 copper bars. Okay, this all works. This shouldn't happen. So it says we have $1,000 of mystery boxes here, but we can't actually sell this. So we need to do an overwrite. So value equals this if palette type is not equal to palette.type.mystery box. Mystery boxes. Else 0. Oh, can I say... Can I do this? Kind of work. Mr. Boxes. That should work okay. I don't know why it's upset with me. Values of them are not mutually compatible. Palette.type is not equal to palette.type.mystery boxes. Mutually compatible. What is this? Okay, so it gets this, else 0.0. There we go. Does this, else 0. Okay, that's annoying. See, the jam theme is everything has a cost. Obviously means you must make an incremental game. That's not what we're doing, but I could see someone doing that. Okay, so yeah, you can't sell mystery boxes. This actually, the shop will not open when this happens, so I don't know why I'm writing this whole contingency for in case it occurs, but whatever. I'm making this code unnecessarily complicated to do that, but whatever. Warehouse. So now the warehouse needs to know palette by tile dot values. So we want to go through the warehouse. I need to do the opposite as well, where I need to be like, I'm gonna say, so we got warehouse. I'm gonna have like a used wrecked, but I'm not gonna actually say that. I'm gonna say like I'm gonna say like usable area or something like that. Maybe usable range variable. Usable range to vector 2i. Oh, this is annoying as fuck to do here. Does the time pressure of a game jam make the code more prone to technical debt? Yes. Yes and no. Yes, in that you don't have time to do things the proper way, but it also means you don't have time to do things the complicated way. So you just kind of do whatever works in the moment. So yes, the answer is yes. But I'm pretty good about actually not having a lot of bugs in the final game, but that's usually because I just caveman it. And sometimes a caveman solution is really simple, and sometimes it looks complicated. But it's still usually pretty simple. But yeah, it's a good question. Usable range. Should this be a vector 4i? I guess it should. It should be a vector 4i. So occupancy is this number, and it's going to be 1, 2, or 4. So we'll just double it each time. We'll say const. We'll say ranges. It'll be an array. No, it won't be an array. It'll be a dictionary of an int. No, it'll be a vector 2i and a vector 4i. And the thing it won't let you do... Okay, I understand. I understand how I'm going to do this. So this is going to say, so for vector 2i... one, 0, the value of this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Vector 4i 1, 5, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1. Two, 4, 1, 1. 2, 4, 1, 1. Having subtiles is like the stupidest thing that I did so many hours ago. Boolean make it today? I haven't seen him yet. Rip their stream streak. Oh man. We're 5 hours into the stream. Ooh. Ooh-wee. It's tough stuff. Ooh-wee. Vector 2i. 1, 1. I think what I'm going to let you do is you'll be able to double your warehouse occupancy. So like you can expand to one side or expand to the other side to get a bigger section. Yeah, I don't really care which one you do first. But then once you've done that, it will all you can do is like buy both other sections. So like you have to double your warehouse size. I'm going to do that just so that this range thing works easily. Otherwise, I'm going to have a huge pain in the... It is going to be hard to figure out which part of the warehouse isn't being used in terms of like a free warehouse space. So I'm going to do it like this. Okay, so what's the actual 5, 4, 1, 1? Okay. 5, 4, 1, 1. Okay. Oh, I guess I actually need to know for vector 2i 0, 0. Wait, 1, 2, 4. times occupancy.
Most illogical.
Hey, Puiz. $2,210. Okay. So these are the max. This is the max usable coordinate. Just say range. We're going to say constant. We're going to say multi. The dictionary. Vector 2i. And this one's going to be an int. So vector 2i 0 0 is 1. Vector 2i 1 0 is 2. Vector 2i 0 1 is 2. Vector 2i 1 1 4. So then your occupancy is actually going to be occupying. I'm going to say occupying it's going to be about 0. And so it's going to be multiplied by the multi for your occupancy or occupying. Fine. Okay, so now we can go through because we can get the range for the occupancy and figure out how far to check in the warehouse. So what we need to do is be able to get the total value for a type. That type could be money as well. So I might as well take this process and put this here. So we're going to say for palette and palette types dot values, palette by tile values. If palette type is equal to type cache available, that's what I've called it, right? Yeah, cache available plus equal palette dot bulk times palette dot baseline. Okay, so it's not by it times baseline. I'm going to say get commodity value, get total sum commodity value. Let's say that. Sum commodity value. Here I'm going to say get cache available. Whoa. Let's hide that. Let's look at that. Who is? Crazy name. How's it going? What are you making? Looks interesting. Trivia game? Nope. We're working on a warehouse management game. Appreciate you. I think I'm one of the few streamers actually coding in the category. That's funny. It is Sunday. It's Sunday. People should be doing whatever. So we'll say get available cache, and we'll have a separate version of this. Should have said price check in the shop. How do I get the prices? Do I do it at the pallet? Get current value. Okay, that's fine. We could do like a shop.price check. I don't actually need to know that. Well, maybe I do actually. I might add a price check function. cares? Let's not worry about that right now. Take this. Variable running. Let's say money count. It's a float. Let's say money. Count the money. And we'll say return money count. Say cash available equals get available cash. I should maybe say count available cash, but okay. And then what we want to do is something slightly different for this. We want to say variable commodity value is a float. Palette and palette by tiles. If palette.type is a type, then commodity value plus equals palette bulk. And then it can't be times this. It has to be times the shop dot prices for this type. Also, wait, how do I know the... Oh, because I'm going through here. Palette type is equal to type. Shop prices dot type. Return money count. Cannot get return value of call to get available. Can return. Oh, float. Money count. What's going on here? This equals palette.bulk times palette.baseline. Variable money count is modified with the compound assignment operator plus equal. Whatever, equals 0. Leave me alone. Return commodity value. Starting to lose light here. It's not good. Return value of float. So this will sum the commodity value. So that's good for sales. So we have get available cash, sum commodity value. And what we also need to do I'm going to have a count. We'll say get empty tile count or get available tiles. Do I actually want to get available tiles or do I want to... No, let's say count available tiles. Let's say count. Whatever. Func. Count available tiles. Returns an int. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say for x in range 0 is range inclusive or exclusive? I always forget this. It's exclusive. Okay. That's not helpful though. Here, let's do this. Let's not do it that way. Can I even do a regular... I almost never do this here. Does this work? Can I do a regular for loop? No, I can't. I have to say for X in range. And I need to say, yeah, let's say this. Let's get this. So we'll say range, say variable, we'll say so I guess I should add 1 to all of these, huh? 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2. Okay, now it'll work as a range. Guess that's okay. So we'll say for X in range. Well, let's get the range. Variable tile range. So vector 4i equals range. Occupying. Let's say area occupying. Maybe I say occupied area. Maybe I say unlocked area. For X in range, tile range.x. For Y in range, tile range.y. For Z in range, tile range.z. For W in range, tile range.w. Okay. And we'll say if. Oh. Tile variable tile count. Integer equals 0. We'll say palette by tile dot has vector 4i x y z w, and we'll just say continue. Otherwise we can say tile count plus plus, so no plus plus, plus equals 1. And way out here we'll say return tile count. And that's how we count the tiles. If I want to get the available tiles, that's different. I'm also going to have another function called get max headroom. I hope people get that. I hope people enjoy that. Which is, I want to know how much we have, how much room we have in existing palettes for a specific type. Variable max headroom. So float equals 0. So then what this one is going to do is it'll do this iterate through by type. It'll iterate through palettes by type, but what it's looking for is 4 minus their bulk. So palette and palette by tiles dot values. If palette dot tile is equal to type. Commodity, so we want to say max headroom plus equals 4 minus palette bulk. And then we'll say return max headroom. Because I need to be able to limit the player from like buying things they can't afford, buying things they can't store, selling things that they can't actually convert into money because there isn't room. There's a lot of these little nitpicky utility functions. Invisible hand of the market. I'll tell you what the invisible hand of the market. It is going to be a random value between double the baseline and half the baseline. That is going to be the invisible hand of the market. All right. I'm going to forget that I've written some of these. And I'll be like, man, we need a... I probably want to get available tiles function that returns an array. I also want this to be count available cache, I've decided. Now it's in line with this other thing we're doing. Don't look at my get string name function. All player praise the RNG. It's giving petrodollar. In my mind, it's giving inflation, because if you can only ever get half below the baseline, but you can go up to double the baseline, that's like quite an upside. You know, for some people. Quite a downside for others. All right, let's see if some of this stuff works. So we need to go back to the selection. So we need to say variable total value. Man. Yeah, this is complicated. I kind of hate how complicated this is, but that's okay. We wanted to make a game about buying and selling commodities. All right, so we can say total value. So what we're doing here is this is what we need to know for what we can sell. But we also need to know how much space we have to store the cache. Which is a combination of things. I'm going to have another count available room function. And it's going to be for a type. I'll say count available space. for a type. And that type could be money or anything else. So we'll say variable, available, space. It's a float, and it starts out as 0. What we'll do first, actually, available space at first can be so available space can be count available tiles times 4. And now what we can do say func, we'll say sum commodity bulk for a type. And we'll do this. Do I actually want to know what the max commodity bulk is that I have on hand? I guess I do. But do I actually want to know? I only need to know it if I can sell it. So we could sum the commodity bulk to know what we have. I could get max headroom to know how much space is on top of that. I don't actually need to know the value. We can just say, if we want to know the value, we can just say sum. We can just say return sum commodity bulk for our type times the current shop price. If I happen to need to know that. Because I need to know a bunch of crazy different things to be able to buy and sell stuff in a finite space. I need to know, if I'm trying to buy something, I need to know how much money do we have on hand? How much space do we have in the warehouse for it? And that's both in terms of empty tiles and the headroom in existing tiles, which is fine. Should get max headroom do both? Should it count available tiles? Yeah, it should. Well, that's what count available space does, though. Count available cache, count available space. So available space, first it's you count the number of available tiles and you multiply by 4. And then what you do is you say available. Or you can also just say plus get max headroom for the type. And that's the available space. Actually, we don't even need to set a value. We can just say return. So we count the number of available tiles, and then we get the max headroom in the other tiles. Slightly confusing, but whatever. okay. We probably want to get next available tile. Make a commodity buying and selling simulator, he said. It'd be easy, he said. Kind of want to know the type if you do this. Type. Actually, I want to know this with no type. Send a vector 4i. Who said that? He'll beat him up. Yeah, please don't. So this can be the count available tiles. We can say if palette tile dot has, we continue. Otherwise, we can just return vector 4i x y z. Not all code paths return a value. How? Oh, I guess I should just go all the way out. Well, no, I want to say this. Oh, so if we get all the way through this, this has to be try get. Can this have an out variable? Does GDScript have out variables? Oh, that's not good. So I actually can't do this. I could ask if it has an available tile, but that's so stupid. Let's see if we can get away with not doing that. Let's see. All right. I have no idea what we were working on. I went way off into like, let's get some utility functions together. So this sets to this. Oh, I want to know what the total value of or how much copper we have on hand, or how much of the stuff we have on hand, right? So that when I click this, this slider is in the right spot. Hey, Ezra. Drop in and say hi. You got a lot of update on your dialogue plugin for Godot. Ooh, which includes C# support. You have my attention. Localization, dialog script, syntax highlighter support, VS Code, in VS Code, headless testing framework. That's crazy. All right, I will check that out. I'm to grab this link and I'm bookmark this for later. We're in absolute crunch mode on our solo dev jam game here. It's brutal. We got the. I really need a big visual pass on this, but we've got palettes moving around. We can combine them. And like transfer content from one to the other. We have a shop that we can open. We can like buy and sell most of these things. Well, I say can. I'm still working on like, if you double click this palette, it takes you to this item, and it's supposed to be like a quick buy or quick sell. So we need to work out some more of the UI stuff, but we're on our way. I think I just need a nice UI theme for this so that it's not absolutely horrible to look at. But we're working on it. We're working on it. We got about 19 hours. I hate the UI. I hate UI. Yeah, we'll do a pass. I'm going to do like a passive lighting and props. Because you're not going to be able to access this whole thing from the beginning. You'll start with like one corner of the warehouse and you can like rent the additional sections of it. The assets do look nice. We just need to like, I need a little bit more atmosphere, but this is late night stuff. UI for all warehouse stock management type things are usually horrendous. Yeah, I want to find a kind of retro one. Oh, the rent owed thing is not being rendered correctly. Why are you responsible for doing this here? I see. Put that $sign in there. See if you can find a Win98 theme. Maybe XP. Ooh, XP could be fun. Yeah, well, I'll look for something. I got to be careful because this is already doing like a we're already using a viewport that's like pretty low res. So I got to be careful, I think. But yeah, I'm excited and horrified by how much the amount, just the sheer amount that we still have to do. But there's time. There's time. When I turn off the stream, I'll have like 3 more streams worth of time to work on because I'll have about 18 hours to work on this probably. So there's time. Should be a stress gauge that goes up every time you open the UI. Yeah, seriously, I hate UI. This is such a horrible mangle of things, but it should work. What were we doing? Okay, so what we want to do, we just want to do a simple thing, which is to set this slider range to the correct amount. So we've got pallet value, and what we also want is we want commodity value. We want to say warehouse dot get commodity value. What did I... God, did I say count commodity value? Did I even make the one utility function I actually need right now? Count available cash. I think it's like some commodity bulk, some commodity value. Yeah, I wanted to sum the commodity value. There we go. Sum commodity value for a given type, which is pallet.type. And then, so the value is this. The range needs to be this. Here, let's do this in a different order. So we'll say amount.range. That is a crazy idea, LSG. Is this called, what is this called? Range? No, it's called max value. Oh, wait. No, min and max. Okay, so that's how I'm doing this. I'm not setting the max value. What I'm doing is setting the value between. I'm normalizing the value. Okay, Jesus. So we'll say pallet.getCurrentValue. Well, we can just say pallet value. Divided by commodity value. Okay, let's see what that does. So this is like 2 out of 7. Crash. Commodity value, warehouse. Some commodity value in base. Null instance. Huh? Can I not access the warehouse as my unique name? No, I can't. That's unfortunate. I always do this something like this. Rip. I'm using the base node, the root node, for a bunch of shit, and I can't make the root node unique. But I could just say get node. What is this? The selection thing? I'll just get the warehouse, and I won't care. And then I just won't care. Just say warehouse. Oh boy. Not what I wanted to do. And everything's fine. So if I do this, hey, look at that. And then I just need to hook up the slider so that if I slide this, it updates this amount. But yeah, it knows so this is more. This is less. If we switch to buying, all of this should reset. But yeah, God, UI. Hey, Yuvika, welcome in. With the big lol. Get tree.root. Yeah, I guess I could do that. But this isn't actually the root. This is the root. This is root / warehouse. Because there's always like an invisible actual root. But yeah, usually what I do if I don't like doing this is I'll just say like, because if I feel like I might accidentally change this, I'll just say like get node root / warehouse or something. Do I have to say /root / warehouse? Yeah. This is what I do if I don't want to be an absolute psycho. Like if I want to have it be relatively stable. Instead of .. / .. / .. .. .. .. There's a special level of hell for people that just do that. Like 8 to 12 dots separated by like 3 or 4 slashes. Okay. So this part works. What I need to do is I need to start hooking up this value slider thing. Signal. Oh, values is okay. I was like, this doesn't make sense. Amount. Yeah, that's the problem with Godot is because it's been around, and there's usually like 8 different ways to do something. So what I would like to do is just update the text anytime this value slider has changed. Maybe not. Maybe what we'll do is we'll do drag ended value changed bool. And we'll just put that up here in the selection. Say on amount drag ended value changed. And we'll say if not value changed, then we'll just return and we won't do anything. But if value does change, so if the palette value is changed, then I need to know these things again. Or I need to know commodity value at least. I need to know what the type is. Oh, God. Okay, so if the amount, so if we've changed this, we need to know whether we're buying or selling. This is like an endless parade of like bullshit that I need to know about. Variable is buying. Bool. Variable is selling. Bool. I mean, I guess I could just check the buttons, huh? I could check the buttons. We could say if buying dot button pressed. Is this a function or a property? It's a property. You can say elif selling dot button pressed. Bullshit. That's very funny. Thank you, Bartlane. A lot of times you just use enter tree instead of ready if you need to make sure something isn't null sooner. That's fair. That's fair. That can work. I always find the thing where the thing changes, but it doesn't re-enter the tree. And so then you have this problem of you're like trying to get this thing to re-enter the tree so you can trigger your enter tree. It's annoying. Done lots of game jams before. This is probably my 8th game jam in the last few years. So yeah, we've done a few. I've crashed out of a handful, but this will be my 6th finished game jam if I finish, which we will finish. This just might be more scuffed than I was hoping it would be, which is a shame, but you know, c'est la vie. There's still time. There's still time. Because all I need to do to put music in here is to go onto itch and grab some music and set up a basic music player and, you know, aka rip a music player out of some other game of mine. So it's like pretty easy to add stuff to this, but I'm really leaving it up to the last minute. What I really need to do as soon as possible is this game loop, because I need to get it in your hands so that you can tell me what's broken and what's not fun. And I'm going to try to do that soon. It's looking like it's not going to be before the end of the stream, but I will drop it in the Discord as soon as it's ready. Looking to join one for the first time? Go, yeah, check it out. Find solo jams are a little hard. That's what I like to do. They're a little scary. Okay, so if we've changed this value and we're selling, let's focus on this first because that's what we're testing. So if we change this value and we're selling, then we need to know the same stuff. We need to know what the commodity value is. We need to know what our selected type is. And then what I need to do... Oh, wait, no. We don't need to know this. Because we set this when we set the... I don't actually need to change this. All I need to do... Well... It's a proportion of the total commodity value if we're selling. So I do need to know the commodity value, and then what I do is I just set the amount to... And what we're going to do is, so now we say value dot text equals dot 2f, and now it just needs to be amount dot value times commodity value. With one caveat. Because it actually needs to be the min between the community value or the commodity value and the room that we have available to store more money. It's actually more complicated than that because as you're selling things, you're freeing up commodity space. Oh my god, the calculations. I don't think I can do all of this in advance. I think I'm gonna just get a working buy sell thing, and then I'm gonna be like, how do we fix whether you like, because as you sell things, you free up space. That's I didn't think about that. I'm regretting the slider. For sales. It doesn't really matter for buying, but for selling, there's this. No, there actually is the same problem. I'll have to napkin math that, because it's easy. It would be relatively easy to figure that out. Hey, Sapphire, you think the most basic thing done? Nice, nice. Trying to do more decorating. You could get more rooms done. No, you're doing excellent. You're doing excellent. I don't even have the game loop up, so don't worry about you, you know? I'm still worried about buying and selling commodities. It's crazy complicated, it turns out. What's the gut reaction to the name Ever-Changeon? It sounds like a Pokemon. So it's not just this commodity value. What if we let's just do this for now. Variable commodity value, text down. Okay, let's see if this part works. So if I do this is 800. If I slide it up, we crash. Valid operand, string and float and operator multiple. Mount dot value. What? String and float. Commodity value is a float. Current value 2800. Mount dot value. Property range. What? Why does that say 0? Dot text. Ah, it's being a little bastard. I just need to scope it. Order of operations problem. Hey, kind of doing it. So we have 2,800 in copper on hand. That's correct. We can sell any of this amount. I can place this order. It won't do anything, but that's probably the next thing to do. Supposed to be a combo of the words ever-changing and dungeon. Mana, just call it the ever-changing dungeon. Maybe like dungeon flux. Dunge flux. Dungeon influx. I don't know. Dunge flux? Yeah, that's bad. It's true. I was gonna just call this like wholesale simulator or something before I thought of death of a whole salesman. All right. Well, this works. If I switch to buying, what should happen is this should zero out. Okay, so what if I wanted to calculate the difference? Oh, I could just take the value. I could take this number, this amount that we're trying to sell, and I could count how many. If I divide that by 4, that's the number of tiles that we would free up. Okay, that's not that bad, actually. Jacobs, your temp name is as a witch I was turned into a cauldron and teleported into the goo plane and must return everything back to normal. Yeah, that might hit a limit. What's the goo plane? Is that where like World of Goo is? Are we geminating over there? I had a good one. I don't remember what it was, but I'll try to remember it. I heard a good one the other day. Looks like things are coming along. Barely, but yes, thank you. I'm hoping by the end of the night I'll have something up on itch that y'all can test. So hopefully y'all in like European time zones, you'll be able to like test while I'm staying up all night, like doing visibility stuff or doing like aesthetic stuff. We're not done yet. We're about to run an ad. I think I'm getting hungry, so I think I'm gonna order a pizza soon. And then I'll probably keep going until the pizza arrives. Or something like that. That's probably not the smart thing to do, but I'm going for a little while longer. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I feel like we're so close to unlocking most of the transactions here. This is one of those you need all of it before you have any of it kind of situations, which is always what happens with any kind of strategy game or simulation. What's my pizza order? I don't know what it's going to be tonight. It'll probably be something with like a white sauce. Like either an Alfredo or like a garlic parmesan. We'll probably have like chicken, mushrooms, onions, maybe like some bell peppers, olives if I'm feeling fancy. We'll see. It depends on how many toppings I want to pay for. It's looking like the kind of game you like to play. That's the thing. The thing is that this actually looks like it might be kind of a game. We might actually have a game. Not like a game that like I would sell, but like we might actually have a game that someone would want to play, which feels like new ground for me. I mean, we had a little bit of that with... We had a glint of that with a few other games. Like Grave Escape didn't have any structure, but it had some mechanical fun. I feel like I'm close to actually making like a game with mechanics, which the fact that I'm not going to be able to test this like at all is the real killer, but it's fine. Okay, so what did we want to do? We wanted to figure out if there's an issue, because we want when we try to sell something, we either want to sell the maximum commodity value. We want a minimum between the maximum commodity value Actually, we can't use max commodity value. What we want is a number between the max commodity bulk. Commodity bulk. Like how much of the stuff we actually have. We want how much room we have if we sell it, which is just bulk divided by 4. Okay. So when I'm here, I'm selecting commodity palette. I'm gonna need to set up some signals for this buying and selling thing. It's gonna trigger some stuff, so let me hook those up. We'll say connect. We'll say on buying toggled. Put that here. We'll also hook up sell. So we'll say on selling toggled. Selection. We also need an confirmed. I'm gonna call this on place order. Well, this actually isn't toggled. On confirm pressed. We'll say on place order pressed. Whoa, where did I do that? Fuck. Did that up here somewhere. I'm such an idiot. Disconnect that. That's not good. Select. Place order selection. Ooh, all right, nice Sapphire. Thanks for the stretch. Thanks for the hydrate. Appreciate you. We're heading into ads again, everyone. Hold on. It's probably the last ad break. I'm not too hungry yet, but I'm feeling it. Luckily, it's only 5:30 because I started a little early. This is probably... All right. My self-imposed goal is I want to just be buying and selling stuff by the end of this stream. I can do a thing like setting up the loop. I can do a thing like cordoning off parts of the warehouse and having to unlock them. I can do that. I will get a build up tonight. Tonight at midnight is the 12-hour mark. So before then, I want to be mechanically done with this game in the next like 6 hours, which is going to be a struggle, but hopefully doable. I would love the last 12 hours to just fiddle with things and improve things and get some aesthetic value into here. I really don't want to push it through this fucking finish line with almost nothing else. With like very little like lighting or props or... God help me, the fucking itch title... No, the title screen image is whatever, but I mean like a tutorial. We got a long way to go and about 18 hours to get there. Which it's only been 6. And I feel like we've got some good work done. We've made the whole UI. We've hooked up everything we've hooked up so far, which doesn't feel like much. But there's a lot of stuff happening here. It's starting to look a little rickety, but I'm hoping we'll be able to get through this. So why is this confused? Oh, because this has a input we don't use. I gave this a name. I gave this another name. Disconnect. I like gave this a different name, and then for some reason it doesn't remember it at all. Confirm pressed. On confirm pressed. I wanted to call this. Oh, do I have to change this and then change that? Yeah, okay, it resets it. On place order. I'm just gonna call it on order placed. God damn this UI. All right, I need to remember what I'm doing. So this, I can change this. I kind of want this to change in real time. Is that crazy? But it makes more sense that I don't, because you could change this up and then back and... You know, maybe I can change this in real time. Let's see if I could do that. Because I thought there was more going on here. Amount, commodity value. Dot value times commodity value. Man, I would be calculating this a lot. I can make it work, but we're not going to do it right now. So I want to count the maximum sale. So when we select the commodity by palette. So whenever we make a selection, we need to determine this. I kind of want to calculate this somewhere else, but I'm going to do it right here because this is where we are. So we get our commodity value. We also need to know... Oh, we don't want to know the commodity value. We want to know the commodity bulk. Some commodity bulk. We want to know the commodity bulk. We want to know... I want like the sellable max as a thing. I want to be able to calculate that. So I'm going to say some max sale. So if I can calculate this easily, then this is fine. Some max sale for a type. Palette.type. So to know this, we'll say bulk. We want to know how much of the bulk we can store. So we'll say, so for some max sale bulk, to calculate how much of what this that we can sell. Well, no, we want a number of things. One we want to know how much of the bulk that we have. So we can just do this. We can say commodity bulk equals is a float, and it's this. Then what we want is we want max headroom. So we want to know what the max headroom is, which is like how much room is in each of these pallets. I could also just do some available space, I guess, as well. No, I don't think we need to know the max headroom because we actually use that here. I can just count the available space because that's the bulk. So we can say available space. Max headroom mentioned. Yeah, a few times. Float equals sum or count available space. I don't know why I use count for some things and sum for others, but who cares? Type. Hey, JP Nonsense. Thanks for the follow. Float. So we want to know what the available space is. That's just overall our available space. So it's the number of available tiles times 4 plus the headroom for this type. And so if we know how much space there is, and we know how much commodity bulk there is, it's just these two together. Or no, it's commodity bulk minus so now we have the available space, and now we need to calculate this based on the price. Or actually, can I just use some commodity value? Great playlist, by the way. Is it on Spotify? It's the chill radio from pretzel.rocks. It's mostly, all the best stuff on it is Harris Heller. Appreciate you. Happy Sunday. Can I do this with just the value? For selling specifically? So if we sell, we know this. So we know how much of this we have available. We know how much space we have available. So this is a dollar amount. And then so the displaced bulk is a float, and it would be commodity value oh, I do want to know the commodity bulk. Because I want to know how much bulk we would free up from this. Variable commodity bulk. Commodity bulk of this type. So if I take, so I can free up the bulk. So I can say the available space is, I can add. Okay, what I can do is I can say available space is count available space plus some commodity bulk, because you would be trying to sell the commodity. So it's however much space is already available for this type. Oh, but it wouldn't be for this type, it would be for money. Pallet.type .money pile. Do this in another operation then. So we want to know the available space for the money. Count de money. Count de monnaie. And then so we've got the bulk. And then the value. Well, I don't think I care about the commodity bulk. Oh no, I do, because I want to know how much space we have. So commodity value. So the displaced bulk. Let's say generated money. So the amount of money that would be generated would be the commodity value divided by times commodity value. How do I get bulk from price? So I get value by multiplying by price. I guess I get bulk by dividing by price. Divided by shop.prices for type. Oh, there isn't a shop price for commodity value. Oh, no, because I do. I want to know how much that is all worth. But don't I just know this? Isn't that just this? But I'm trying to get the money. I'm so confused. I'm at the point in the evening where I'm just like, okay, stop. Hammer time. I'm trying to figure out how much money I would generate by selling as all of what I have of a commodity. All of that money is represented by commodity value. So what I actually want to know is what the monetary bulk is. Like how much bulk the equivalent amount of money takes up. How's crunch time, Digital Iliad? Hey, Boolean, it is rough. It is rough. We're working on the buying and selling part of this game, and it is rough. But we're getting there. Thanks for hopping in today. We were worried about you. I expected that. Yeah, I did. We still have 18 hours. Okay. So I want to know some max sale bulk. I'm like not sure I know what I'm talking about anymore. Why do I need this number? I need to know how much we can sell of a commodity. And that is based on I know I've gotten the available space for money, so the amount of money space that we have. I've gotten the bulk of the commodity that we are selling. And that's important because we can add that to the available space. And in fact, what we could do is we could say available space plus equals the sum commodity bulk, because we'd be selling the commodity. The commodity value I don't really need to know. Well, I do need to know it. So we get the value of the commodity. And then I just need to get that monetary value back into bulk, which just means determining what the price to bulk ratio is, which is just dividing it by its baseline value. Okay. Whew. Who owns this baseline value? It's palette, isn't it? Palette.baseline or palette.type.moneypile. So we just take the commodity value, we divide it by the monetary baseline value, and that gives us the monetary bulk. And then so we return a minimum number, min f, between available space and the monetary bulk. Jeez, that twisted my brain a little bit. Hey, P. Gorley. How's it going? Okay, so this is the max sale in bulk. What would it mean to do the buy version of this? Sum max buy bulk type palette dot type float. So we'd still want to know our available space. But here we'd want to know the available space for the purchase. We would say available space plus, well, hold on a second. So this assumes we sell all of it. Okay, and this assumes similarly that we would buy all of it. So we could say sum commodity bulk. Can I do this for a price? Do we want the price? Yeah, I think I do. So this would be palette dot type dot money pile. What are you upset about? Oh, just that you're not being used, probably. Okay. And then so similarly, we would say commodity value is a float. So we would want to know, well, we don't want to know the commodity value. We want to know our monetary value. So like, how much money do we have? What do I call that? I call that like get available cash. Call it count available cash. I should probably call that count available cash value or something. Get available cash value. So our monetary value, well, we can say available cash. Available cash is a float. We have available space and available cash. Available cash is count available cash. The monetary bulk of the available cash can be calculated by taking the available cash value and dividing it by the baseline for the palette. Type money pile. And then we would return another min. We would want to return a min F. So if we sold all of our, if we used all of our money to buy it, it would be the min of the available space well, no, that's not right. Summing the max by bulk. You don't want to know the max by bulk. Well, you do. What you really want to know is the value. For the sale, it makes sense to know the bulk because you're trying to figure out how much storage space that you have. I guess for a buy, you have the same problem. Because you want to know how much you can store. It's the available space. Is it just the available space? Is it simpler than the other one? Because we don't have to calculate the monetary bulk. But I thought we're still minning between two numbers. So there's this space thing, which is this is how much space you have. I guess you also have the available cash. Oh, I'm an idiot. What you would want is you would want to say commodity value. So this is the max amount of the commodity that you can purchase. I'll call it affordable value or affordable bulk. This is how much we can afford. And that is commodity value. So I do need to know the commodity value of this thing. Variable commodity value float equals get commodity. Actually, no, I don't need to know how much of this commodity we have. I just need to know what the price is. So the affordable bulk is the cash, is the available cash divided by the current price of this commodity. Duh. Okay, so it's a min between the available space and the affordable bulk. Whew. Okay. So I've calculated the most that we can sell or buy of a particular pallet type. That's annoying, but I think I did it. I bet I'm wrong, but I think I did it. I can imagine all the ways in which I'm wrong. But it's not that hard. You just figure out, you're like, what's the amount of available space otherwise? How much space would we free up by either getting rid of our commodity or getting rid of all our money? And then just how much... Yeah, okay. I think I've got it. The fact that I can't explain the end of it is a little rough, but... These two things are doing different things, but they're also doing the same thing, and that's assuring to me insofar as at least they'll be wrong in the same way, hopefully. Because, yeah, some commodity value is the same as count available cash. In this case, I'm dividing it by the just the pallet value of money, whereas here I'm dividing it by the current price, which is the pallet value of the commodity. For 1. So if you take the cash and divide it by the value of the commodity, you will get the bulk that we can afford to pay. And this is the amount that we can afford to store, assuming we got rid of all of our money. And vice versa. But this assumes that we got rid of all of our money. This assumes that we got rid of all of this pallet. And this will be the monetary bulk of the conclusion of that transaction. And we have all of this in bulk. Okay, that's helpful. That's genuinely helpful. So then when I go here and I'm like trying to figure out what's the maximum we can sell, instead of having to pull the commodity bulk like this and to do all of this myself, so let's leave that for a second. So our sellable max is warehouse dot get max. No, what did I fucking call it? Sum max. Damn it. I use count, get, and sum. Horrible. Sum max sale bulk. We'll say sellable bulk, which might not be valid, but pallet dot type. So we know what the sellable bulk is. So we don't want to reuse this raw commodity bulk. So the pallet value is the pallet.getCurrentValue, or the raw pallet value. Well, not raw, but you know what I mean. So this is the value of the current pallet, and it's going to be the pallet value divided by the sellable bulk. And so this shouldn't actually change anything because we don't have a size problem here, but I could totally imagine a place where we do have a size problem. Okay, well, this says 800 out of 800 now. That's not good. What does this say? 1600 out of... Okay, well, this isn't giving me the right value. Well, never mind. Rip. What am I getting back from this? $11.2. Oh, I need to convert it into a cash value. We'll say sellable value equals sellable bulk times shop dot prices pallet dot type. All right, and then still a max of 2,800. Beautiful. This says it's 1,600. We could sell a max of 2,800. That's 4, 3, 1. That's 7 times 4 is 2,800. Okay, okay. So if I double click the small pallet, it'll be like, oh, do you want to just sell this one pallet for 400? Or I could be like, oh, I want to sell more. Up to the maximum of what I have and or the maximum amount of I can store. Hey, Destin TV, thank you for the follow. Destiny, Destiny, no escaping what's for me. Catching the end of the stream here a little bit. We're working on a wholesale warehouse management kind of game. We are in the weeds, but we're making it work. We're making it happen. I could probably just have a warehouse sum max sale value, so I don't have to do this whole thing. Times shop prices. Oh, I need to know the type. Say bulk is float. Let's say type. It's a pallet.type. So we would return bulk times shop.prices. And here, similar, we would say sum x by value by value. That's confusing. No worries. It's a little hurrah. Yeah, no worries. Welcome in. Yeah, we have about 18 hours. Almost exactly, we have about 18 hours to finish this game. I think I'll be working the whole time. Well, I'm going to be taking a pizza break soon, though. So probably wrap it up soonish. But I appreciate everyone hanging out to me. Tons of you. There have been tons of you this whole time, this whole weekend. Hanging out. Really appreciate it. A lot of new faces. It's nice to see. A lot of familiar faces. I won't say old faces. That's between you and your healthcare routine. So this is bulk. So the max buy value is the bulk times the baseline value of money. So I don't actually need to know the type. Okay, and then back here we can skip a step. We can say max sale value. It can be this. So we're having to do multiple steps. Max sale value. Oh, I'm dumb. I don't actually need to know the bulk. We will say this. All right, I don't remember what I fixed, but I think I fixed it. Yeah, so this all works now, and then if I switch to some other thing, if I switch to sale, 3150, is that what I have? 7 times 450. Okay, so it looks like the seller calculator totally works now, which is great. Oh, this should be disabled. And this should get reset to 0. So so amount is editable is true. That's wrong. False. Amount is 0. Value dot text equals $sign 2F. Wait, why am I doing that? It's just 0. Whatever. It's all 1. Okay, that's good. Whew, okay, so I got to do things like actually do something when we hit the place order button. This should get reset to 0 probably. So we'll know if we're buying or selling. Luckily, this is the whole game. The whole game is just buying and selling commodities. And being able to pay rent at the end of the month. But honestly, the end turn cycle, the hardest thing about that is going to be just generating random prices, and that's really easy. I've decided how I want to do that. And it's going to be truly random. So it might be deeply unbalanced. It might make this game a little hard to balance, but I just hope it's engaging enough that people want to play it for the full 52 turns. Because that's a lot of turns. I admit that's a lot of turns. That's more than like the 5 minutes that like a jam game probably will be played for. But that's fine. If people like it, they have a game there they want to play. If they don't like it, they can just stop playing. But I think we've got something here. It's going to be such a grueling death march to the end here. It is called Death of a Whole Salesman, and I guess that's me. I guess it's a meta commentary on the process of making this game. 52 turns of music. That's not going to be hard. I just need to find music that's available for free, probably on itch.io. Adding assets is not hard. Yeah, that's what loops are for. That's not hard. That's not hard. I'll download like an album of like bossa nova or free domain jazz, public domain jazz or something. Yeah. Our only real limit for that is like web upload size, but I don't think we're going to run into that. 1 song per turn, Helios. There you go. This game could be a game people play for like a while. I don't know how long 52 turns are going to take, but if I spend like a minute on each turn, that's an hour almost. If I spend less, it's maybe 30 minutes. 30 minutes to an hour of gameplay. That's pretty huge for a 72-hour game jam. If I could get that kind of gameplay out of this. Whether it's worth it is something only the playtesters will be able to determine for me. When I finally get this posted in like 6 hours. Around 1 a.m. probably. Midnight or 1 a.m. Because by midnight, I'm going to be so cooked, I won't be able to do anything except like fiddle with lights and like set up props and everything. So I am like pushing myself really hard to finish all the mechanics before my brain just absolutely turns to mush. Still got a little bit of sunlight left. Having a little bit of a look. Not much though. Not much sunlight. Okay, what else do we got? What else do we got? I gotta wrap it up soon. But I think I need to set up what the buying and selling toggles do, probably. So when an order has been placed, we should probably reset a number of these. We should probably disable this, reset this. Probably do these 3 things. So this isn't going to actually sell anything, but it would probably be like, boop. Oh, it needs to update that. Value. I should probably call this something other than value. I should probably call it like display. I constantly forget about it. Actually, where did I get this from? Because we didn't set value in here. Yeah. Value.text equals this. I should have like a reset selection thing that like does all of this for me, but I guess that's what unselect commodity is supposed to be for. Text. This is the point where code duplication is not the worst, except if it has different behavior in different places. If I do this, so this won't do anything, but I want it reset it like this. Then you would need to go back up. And so it still knows how much we have. Okay, so this should re-enable this. Actually, what we should do is we should say, so whenever we do this on amount drag thing, what we should do is we should say value is this. And then we should say if amount.value is greater than 0, then we want to say confirm dot disabled equals false. Actually, we want to do this either way, huh? We actually want to set this as well. So this one wouldn't be button. This would be like monetary value. Or it would be some commodity value. So this could be like this. We could say variable commodity value. The buying button has been pressed. And I slide this. What we want it to be. We don't want it to be the commodity value. Oh, it's divided by the commodity value. Or times the commodity value. Commodity value of our money. Yeah. Here we can say commodity value is this. Here we can say commodity value equals warehouse. Actually, I'm going to do this. I know I could do this differently, but I'm going to do it like this because I'm actually nervous about getting this wrong. It's late in the game. So I'm just going to copy this and do the same thing. Instead of commodity value, it's going to be available cash. Get count available cash. And this is amount.value times available cash. Something like that. Okay. So we'll need to do a number of things. But this part works. It's not actually selling anything. That's fine. I want to get the UI part to work. Getting the thing to like the pallets to behave is like step 2. If we switch to buy, what do we think I can buy? So copper bars. Oh, this is interesting. So it says the most I can buy is 1750 worth of copper bars. Okay, so this part actually already works. I'd update the cash on hand number. So this can't be bigger than our cash on hand number. Well, this just works for free. That's nice. Didn't have much to do with set that up. And then if I switch to like iron bars, it's all in iron bar. And I pick a sale. Oh, this doesn't do anything. Okay, well, gotta set this up. I think all I have to do is calculate a few things and then free this up. Actually, I don't even know if I have to calculate anything. If I do this, this just works. Oh, if I switch these, so yeah, we need to switch these. Something needs to happen when we switch these. Okay. Easy. Easy. We'll say if toggled. How are we doing on the to-do list? Not good. Slider for trading quantity. Track max you can buy, sell. Hey, we did something. Slider for trading quantity. Almost there. Did we do something? We checked a thing. After 6 hours, we checked another thing. That's fine. I think most of the rest of these are really small compared to this. I think the size of these to-dos was much bigger. I think I'll knock through the rest of this pretty easy. Like this one, ending the week by clicking the door. Showing your cash, rent, etc. in the shop. Oh, we do that. We do that. We need to update it for when the day ends, but we do that. Split warehouse into separate quarters to rent. We got to do that. Enable renting more quarters of the warehouse. I got to do that. Make rent due at the end of the 4th week. That's easy. Let's just be like, is it week 4? Or did you just finish week 4? Well, now it's week 1 of the next month, and we're going to take your money, and you'll lose or keep playing. What's happening? We're trying it. We're doing it. Increase rent monthly by a schedule times occupancy. That's easy. I already have that set up. I haven't implemented it, but I have it set up. Win-lose by paying rent each month for a year. Unpack mystery boxes for a random commodity. This will be interesting. At least we have that max buy bulk thing. Oh man, what's gonna happen if you try to open... Oh, I'm gonna do some cheeky shit behind the scenes. I'm gonna make it so, like, the mystery box can't be opened unless it can fit the contents of it. Oh, that like guarantees that it's like almost as good as gold for some people though, if people can game it. We might leave exploits in there like that. We could also always just remove the mystery box. I would love to have the mystery box in the game though. All right, polish. Well, obviously we haven't done any of this. Platform publishing. All right, well, we're working our way through our to-do list. This is still hugely intimidating, but it seems doable. Seems doable. Let's finish this slider for trading quantity, and then I'll probably be done. Let's knock one more to-do off, and then I'm gonna get some dinner and settle in for a lot more work. The time just flies when you're doing one of these. Crazy. Even once you're like on a huge, even once you've been doing it for a long time. The time almost accelerates faster and faster as you go through the remaining time. Okay, so if the buying toggle has been toggled on, I want to set a bunch of this stuff. We want all of this to be true. This might actually be really similar. This might actually be identical. That's okay. I can live with that. I'm beyond trying to be clever about this. Like this song? Star Drops by James Flamestar. Yeah, it's fun. It's definitely one of the moodier ones. We'll upvote it for you. Thanks for maintaining order in the chat, Bart Lane. He's our lone sheriff. Your deputy, Rhiannon Journey. Okay, so now when we buy or sell, it resets. Okay, so if I adjust this and move it back down to 0, nothing happens. That's good. And if I have this set up and I switch to something else, then I need to pick. Oh my god, mystery boxes are set up differently than everything else. So mystery boxes are locked to buy, but that means okay, we're just gonna have an if mystery box branch. I can't deal with this anymore. I've been trying to be clever about this, but I can't do it. I'm just gonna say if type is equal to type. I don't know if you can have the button can be possibly pressed while it's disabled, but I'm just going to double check this. Changing the value of this will result in toggle to be omitted. Oh, I don't actually want to do that. Oh, but this isn't changing the value. Or maybe it is. Button pressed equals true. Oh, maybe we don't actually emit anything. I do though, don't I? Oh, in which case this just happens. So I can actually get rid of this part. I think. Same thing here. Why is buying changed but not selling? See if I messed anything up with this. We're going to say elif selected type is equal to palette.type.mystery box. These mystery boxes are a huge pain in my butt. So if we do that, we actually can't change this. We'll say buying dot pressed button pressed. It's true. So I've got, I'm selling crude oil. I'll switch to mystery boxes. I can't actually undo this. Can't actually do anything else with these. So that would make sense here. So we do this and then we'd unselect buying. Okay, so unselecting buying. Having this be able to be unselected is maybe a mistake. I think I'm gonna make it so that this button group actually can't allow unpress. That might cause some problems. Okay, so it can start unpressed. That's neat. Okay, well, I don't want that to be able to happen. Actually, maybe I don't care. That's a minor thing. I think I can live with that. This is how much we can buy. I'll have to do some testing where I like fill the warehouse with like wood planks and see if we can like sell them all or something. Okay. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. The UI work is done pretty much. It just, all it needs to do now is it needs to actually cause the transaction to go through, which sounds hard, but I actually think at this point, whoa, how'd that happen? Oh, never mind. Something is not quite right. If this isn't set, it shouldn't allow you to do any of this. Until you picked one of these. I think when you select one of these, I'll just set it to be buy by default, maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it makes sense that you need to like choose whether you're buying or selling. I mean, to me, it kind of makes sense, but when you select from the palette, it defaults to sell. When you select money, oh, it actually doesn't know what to do. Well, needs to reset that. Well, rip. Yeah, okay. I clearly have a lot left to do. I want to go before the next ad starts. I got about 18 hours. Wish me luck. Good luck to all the rest of you out there still grueling. Working away here. We have 17 and a half hours, not even 18 hours. Thanks for the stretch. Within a second, I'll go do that. I'm really going to try to put a build up tonight. And then just kind of work on quality of life stuff. I'll mention in the Discord when I put the build up. So anyone for whom the time zone is not grueling, hopefully check it out. I'll mention it there, but it's like, please keep your feedback to balance questions. Anyone, if I post this up and someone is like, I think what you really need to do is redesign the whole thing and start from the ground up on this to really be able to capture the dynamics of the simulation and simulacra, I'm gonna like, get out. That might be a bannable offense right now. Feedback like that. Thanks, Bart Lane. Thank you all. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. If you're jamming, you got this. There's plenty of time. Needs more microtransactions? There you go. That's it. That's it. Is there someone we... I can't be bothered. I'm sorry. Well, let's see if anyone is doing the jam. Anyone jamming? Just Hypnotic. Why do I show up on my own list of similar streamers? I'm on the list of suggested collabs with myself. That's wild. We'll miss you. Thanks, P. Gorley. I'll miss you as well. I will probably be playing jam games this week. I feel like I'm gonna be so burnt out. We're gonna just spend the week playing jam games, so we'll be hanging out. Yeah, I won't be back on until after the submissions are done, so no stream tomorrow, no stream Monday. I'm just gonna rest. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, and I will see you all next time. Bye.
Maximum warp.